Hello, we are live. I'm just kind of like warming up here. We did a little bit of grinding off screen, not a lot. I did just like a pinch. I found a 2-socket coronet as well. I might put a lore in that just for lulz because, well, they actually show up on your character now. So let's see, just double checking those. Everything looks like it's going out okay. Should be doing fine. I do need to close this other window just real quick. Make sure I'm winning. Yes, I am. Sweet. Cool. I can close that and it'll be fine until after the stream. Anyway, last time we had a crash as we were going down into the sewers. So we're going to go ahead and get ourselves some more sewer love. We're going to duck down here, hopefully not run into like a really bad boss pack right out of the gate. I just hope we can just get some bodies. It looks like we should be okay. Let's go ahead and drop out some poison. Some of them are immune to poison, some of them are not. So, mercenary, don't die. Thank you. There we go. Now we have a small army started. We should be okay for protecting him. I should have actually bugged him. How's it going, fact checker? You doing all right? Let's go ahead and grab all this. But yeah, we crashed last time, so now we're just kind of going with it. I'm debating what our next character is going to be. I'm thinking it might be, maybe, either a sorceress or a paladin. I know, cliche, but sometimes you got to be a little cliche to get things done. So as far as things we need to find more full rejuves. I still have plenty in the stash, but I don't want to use them all up right away. But level 2, we just need to find the stairs down. I'm trying to think where it's most likely to be. Let's check down first. It's probably a dead end. Yeah, it's dead end. So I'm thinking down here. I'm aiming to clear hell tonight. Depends on how friendly Act 3 is. And so that's one reason why I'm thinking about, hey, what's my next character going to be? Probably something fairly predictable. Down here is actually going to be a little bit painful for us as well. Thankfully, we do have a fairly decent army to kind of protect us from everything. I may need to invest a little bit more into the minions, but we'll see. Sorceress is the vote so far. Okay. That's Gouda. So now we have... Yeah, we're doing decent damage now. You can see they're chucking it away. If I had might, we'd be going a little bit faster. But I'm going to stick with the thorns just for dealing with bosses. It's honestly my main concern. We'll go a little slower through the actual act, but we'll go faster whenever it comes to, you know, things that actually, you know, matter. Like the quests. So, yeah. That's kind of what we're sticking with. I was doing some Nightmare Bale runs. Didn't get anything good from it. You just got to Act 5 Hell with a Trapsin. Congratulations. That should actually be where things start, like, really smoothing out for you. You got past the hard part. Thinking about Source 2 already? Yeah, I'm thinking about Sorceress mostly because, well, I'm not sure whether it's a bug or whether it's an intentional change, but they've made it so that Cold Mastery actually can break immunities, which changes a few things. Just the pinch. Just the pinch. It changes the fact that, hey, you can actually go through as a pure cold sorceress if you have max cold mastery, which is really kind of, it feels dirty to me, but yeah. And we're still working on getting our strength up. I don't know if we'll get to 156 by the end or not. And try. Just keep amp damaging everything. These will die real quick to amp damage thanks to being melee and just whacking on things. But yeah, hopefully all of you are doing well. Cold Mastery breaking immunity sounds sexy to you? It sounds broken to me. It doesn't sound like... Because the thing is, Cold Mastery doesn't have a hard cap. So there's some problems with that. If it had a hard cap, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But as it stands, it can reduce cold resistance more than even Conviction. Conviction has a hard cap. Lower resist just, it doesn't, you can't get high enough for it to matter. It gets to 75%, and then Cold Mastery has no limit. It just goes up forever. So, yeah, there's used to be an effective limit, because minus 200 would pretty much guarantee anything that was 0 to immune would, of course, be at negative 100. But now with that change, because I was doing some reading on it earlier, and it's like, seriously, they did that? Why? Why you do this? Because that was a bad change. If that's intentional, that is a bad change. That falls on the list of that should not be. Sorry for adjusting in my chair, but it is what it is. Hey, we got a tall rune. I'll gladly take it. But yeah, we're gonna have really good pathfinding from the looks of things so far. So we're gonna have to clear out the entirety of all the floors of everywhere. Yeah, I have a feeling. No, where are the stairs? Mercenary, can you not just be the only one face tanking that, for like the love of God? I don't know what his deal was. I don't even know where he's at now. Yeah, he teleported to the other side of them. Okay, that's fine. It's completely ridiculous. But yeah. We haven't used any of our respec, so that lets us kind of mess around with a few things as well. Oh, I misread that. I thought that didn't come over here to the right. I thought this was a split room. But anyway, Cold Mastery doesn't have an effective limit, so it can go as high as the points will allow it. At level, I want to say it's like 45 or 46 or something like that. You actually get to the point where you can break the immunities of things with up to 150% cold resist. Obviously, it's not going to do much damage at that point, but combine it with conviction and stuff like that, it'll start stacking up. There's also a problem with it, because if it's breaking immunities, that means it applies in the break immunity stage. So if you're using Cold Mastery to break the immunities, then you're not going to get as much of a benefit from breaking them beforehand, because, well, it's going to be applied at the same time as the other parts. So it's going to be interesting, and we might end up going a pure cold source just to learn about this stupidity, the stupidity of it all. Yeah, can you guys come down here and actually, stab them? They're trapped in a corner, they're moving back and healing. So, yeah. I like how these guys just don't even care. If I could get one revive, we'd be good too. There we go. Yeah, screw it. I'm not even going to stick around with those guys. I was going to kill them, but it's like, why bother? And it does that again. Seriously, game. I set it to that very specifically so I can actually use the teleport. Thank you. You're sure they'll fix it? It depends on whether they did it on purpose or not. It was specifically left off the list, so it was like, did they change it thinking it was a bug, or did they change it just accidentally? And that's something that seems like it'd be more an intentional change. But let's try not to crash this time, by the way. And unfortunately, we don't get any real boost in damage against these. Let's go ahead and get some physical boys. There you go. Throw them in. Come on up here and fight these things. You don't see how it's intentional, though I don't feel it's unfair. Necros and Hammerdens mostly don't have to deal with immunities. They're just as powerful. Necros and Paladins do have to deal with immunities. In fact, there's intentional magic immunities to prevent Necros and Paladins. You actually have one before Bale. And you have several in Act 2, and then you even have the Wailing Beasts that guard a specific quest in Act 5. They're intentional. Whether they're done well or not is a whole different thing, because, well, the magic immune, and actually the magic immune that protects Bale is kind of hard to lure away as well. It's one of those that you kind of have to kill, because he'll just sit there and twiddle his thumbs until you do kill him. Ow! I keep forgetting. I don't have resists. At least not cold resist. But we'll slowly chew through these. I'm not in a big hurry today. It's a very strange thing. I had heard rumors of it. I hadn't checked on it, but yeah, it's gotten loud enough. It's like, yeah, that's a thing. Amp damage, not as much as you would think. It's only because... Oh, actually, we are right here by him. Sweet. But amp damage breaks immunity, but it's not going to lower it a significant amount. There is a reason why a lot of... Go ahead and just drink mana there and get rid of these guys. No, that was a rare pike. Thank you, though. And they're going to take down Radamant. Yeah, our mercenary should be fine. Those guys are not a huge threat. They're fanaticism on a mage, which is totally useless. A couple of magic immunes with slightly limited hammered in seems like a way less of a burden than 1/3 of the monsters being cold immune. You also have lower resist wands, which do not impact magic immunity. Any tips for Maggot Layer on a summon Necro? Pray and just go slow. Use Corpse Explosion as well. You can also use a teleport staff to get through there. Nah, it's probably just stream quality. There's probably some pixelation and stuff going on with it that's causing it to color shift a little. For some reason, YouTube does that. I know you're not looking to be difficult. No, people who are looking to be difficult are usually really insistent on it.
How may I help you?
It's just one of those things where I don't think... If it was intentional, I don't think it was a smart move. It's not especially well balanced. And yeah, the immunity bust thing, there's a whole lot of things to be taken into account with it as well. It's not just, oh, it can break immunity so you can kill things with cold now. Yay, yay, yay. No, it's a bit more complex than that, and I don't think I should have sold that. I'll keep it, just in case. It's more the dynamic of it. There are things that it could totally break fairly easily, and there are things that it makes worse relatively easily, and that can go in there. I love Frozen Orb too, but I use a second element to kind of go with it. If you can break all the immunities and kill anything with cold, you're actually better off with Blizzard. But that's only if you can break everything. Yeah, get a teleport staff for Maggot Layer. Not necessarily needed for Flare Dungeon, but it is nice. Yeah, I actually already have a teleport staff. So we've gotten our quest done. We are in Hell difficulty. Let's go ahead and... Hey, where are you, Atma? Thank you. Hey, Clay, how's it going? But yeah, we're going to have to do Maggot Layer next, so we'll get to see how to do it. Hopefully we have enough charges. 37, it's going to be close. At the end of the day, you prefer the mechanics mostly untouched, so it'll be interesting to see what they do. And you'd like to see Hydra be better, though. I would love to see Hydra be better, and I'd love to see Fend actually fixed. Fend is not just bad. It's actually would be good if it wasn't broken. And I haven't tried it yet since they said that they fixed it. I haven't imported over a character that has Fend, but I will probably be doing that later. I've been slowly transferring over my Go Mule stuff over the past, like, week. So, wish Maggot Layer wasn't resurrected. I agree. I'm doing okay. For some reason, I was having some muscle spasms in my arm, but it's not bad right now. That's one reason why I scheduled it a little bit later. One of a few reasons. But, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I scheduled it later. Ate a banana. It stopped. My potassium was probably just low. Ow! Oh, that's a unique there. That's a unique. It's not a good one, but it's there. It's Icar String, yay! We actually got that in the beta. So that's awesome. Flawed Topaz. We're still picking up gems just because we're going to probably need them for some crafting stuff. Let's see. What weapon is your mercenary using at the moment? Insight. It's a Insight bill, though. Not like it's not a high-end insight. It's literally just I am needing an insight for later, so I'm going to make it in a thing I can guarantee will work. And am I able to beat the Ubers when I reach Wish Point? And they said they didn't say they fixed Fend. They said they made it display accurately to what the server thought it was doing. If we want to get very specific on that. But yeah, mercenary-wise, he is using Insight, Junk Armor, and a Blood Helmet for some Life Leech. So let's go ahead and get some minions up. I may still need to boost my minions a little bit. And I don't know if I'd actually be able to kill Ubers right now. I haven't done it with a summoner in a very, 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 very long time. So I would probably just die. That, if it wasn't level 24 requirement, would actually, in okay, start to a leaf staff. But I think I want to make a super basic leaf so I can share it. Blood Helmet, it's nice. I'd rather actually have... There's certain uniques I'd rather have. Like, Undead Crown would even be nicer than most Blood Helmets you're going to get. I just got it because I needed Life Leech, and I hadn't gotten a Life Leech helm yet. There's several options. Steel Skull, the Cask. You have Undead Crown. You have Talrasha's Mask. You have Endariel's, which is fairly nice. And you got a few options for helmets. Weapon question for a Holy Shock Paladin. Until you can get an for a Crescent Moon, you're thinking of making a Lawbringer and a Phase Blade. You're going Holy Shock point-based. I'm taking it. Some better options I can think of that value or less. Lawbringer's not bad. I generally don't go Holy Shock until I can afford Dual Dreams. Because it's fun, but it's so much simpler just to make a Physical Crushing Blow one. So, but yeah, I really recommend crafting, especially for smoothing. You're basically, you don't find good stuff, so you craft what you need to fill those gaps. Is usually a really good use of them. There are some crafting recipes that are better for just like general use as well, but let's see. I need to get more revives just for some extra bodies out here because we're kind of just going through in the relax mode. Why do a lot of people say Lightning Sorceress falls off in higher difficulties? Is it a damage input? No, Lightning Sorceress isn't bad. A lot of people get pissy about Lightning Sorceress because they're under the illusion that you need an Infinity Mercenary to make it viable. You really don't. You need a good amount of faster cast, which can be a challenge, but you don't need Infinity. You just need a lower resist wand. A lower resist wand will do almost as good. It'll break most of the lightning immunities as well, but that's just people's opinions. It's the same reason why people don't... It's the same reason people go straight Blizzard Sorceress and then are like, why can't I beat Hell? It's because you've got a Sorceress that's mono-elemental. Lightning and Orb, as well as Fireball and Orb, give you the option of not running away from 90% of the enemies. You can kill anything that's immune to you, except for very specific groups of bosses. Fire Cold has to deal with the Countess being immune to it. Summon Necro's just been kind of chill. Just kind of relaxing on it. But no, Lightning Sorceress just gets a bad rap for a few reasons. She's not actually bad. She's a little mana hungry. Honestly, I think she starts to shine around Nightmare. I think she's extremely high damage in normal, but she's extremely high mana requirement, so you're going to be struggling with a few things. And there is our waypoint. Just double checking for the exit, and it is not there. And yes, I just did use a teleport charge. I shouldn't have, but I don't feel like walking back all the way down. We're only getting flawed. It's kind of sad. Yeah, for the most part, there's not much of a problem here. After we get done with Hell difficulty, I'll probably be switching over to a Might Mercenary just for people who are curious. Just so I can sweep areas with him to get some items. But I'm not going to be in like a huge hurry or anything like that. That's one nice thing about some of the changes they made back in previous patches, where now I can just go to Nightmare and it'll hire something at a similar level to me. So I don't have to think about crap. I may need to get caffeine in a little bit, though. Because it is pretty late here. As far as the Lightning Paladin that was being talked about earlier, it's an okay build. Generally speaking, Crescent Moon and Lawbringer are both good options. I generally just prefer just going a straight Fanatic Paladin if I'm going to go melee. How much investment into Cold Mastery and Ice Bolt does a Frozen Orb character need to be okay damage and Hell difficulty? That's... due to the changes to Cold Mastery, that is actually kind of mixed question. As far as, like, just going through, I would say with plus skills, I usually only do 20 Orb and 5 Mastery, and then I just get plus skills from, like, Spirit and stuff like that. 2010 is fine. You do not need the points into Ice Bolt. If you put 20 points into Ice Bolt, that is still just such a minor improvement to damage that it's not going to matter. Especially not for players 1 or 2. It's not a big deal. Okay, let's go ahead and get some bodies up. How are we looking on full rejuves? And yes, I am intentionally working my way through the manas. Nope, Wahid, do not die on me. Just standing down here by yourself trying to fight them with, like, no friends. That's absolutely smart. Assuming the old paradigm. Yeah, generally speaking, I go for... replace the full rejuve we used on him, at least. But yeah, I usually just go about 5 points into Mastery. 20 into Orb, and then everything else into my main damage skill. Because I'm usually not casting Orb unless I'm dealing with something that is immune to my main attack. Going all in on Warmth. Warmth, yeah, Max Warmth and Max Fireball together work pretty good. Fire Mastery is good with it. The main catch on Firewall, I'm going to say right now, it will take some practice to get the aim down properly, but once you do, it's very dangerous. Oh, for God's sake, Wahid, why are you such a fucking idiot? I swear to God. Oh, Lord. I have this entire wall of skeletons to protect him, but no. No, he's like, I'm gonna go kamikaze. In like 3 hits. He actually doesn't have terrible resist either. He's just a complete dimwit. It's like, my dude, I don't have the resources to give you like high-end nonsense right now. So stop running in there like numbnuts.
Who goes there?
Resurrect Wahid. I could go bug him. I may have to. Really don't want to because I have to unsummon everything to bug him. Got a Bone Necro to level 80? Yeah, Bone Necro's probably the smoothest one to go through all the difficulties with because you have the Bone Wall and all that other nonsense. That just makes life about 1,000,000 times easier. Sorceress always has 1 point in Warmth, Static Field, Frozen Armor, and Teleport. I wouldn't say always has 1 point in Warmth. Usually, yes. Usually they do. But there are some builds that don't bother with it. But yeah, Wahid, he does not have bad resists. He's just being a dumbass and charging in on things. So that is his role in life. So we're going to throw this over here. And stat-wise, yep, more strength. We want to get that spirit shield set up. Of course, we're probably not going to end up using it, really, but it's fine. Okay, Wahid, don't be an idiot. Just hide behind everything. But yeah, you can see we're not doing a ton of damage to the Itchies, but breaking their physical immunity does let us do stuff to them. There you go. Most of the damage that was killing them there was, well, the fire. So we have the hole in the ground. We know where that is. What we're looking for is the waypoint. But yeah, warmth is it's a good 1-point wonder. It's not required, but it's really good. It used to be required before you could buy mana potions. It used to be almost a mandatory grab. Okay, so they've got some bodies down there. Let's go ahead and start corpse exploding. Oh, you're immune to fire and physical. Lovely. I don't have lower resist right now. Otherwise, I would have used it there. And done corpse explosion on that end. It doesn't really matter which one you do. You're barely breaking it. If Blizzard goes down, who have the rights over Blizzard's video games? Activision? Yep. They could sell them. It depends on what they would go down over. Well, it would be darn near impossible for them to go down over debt. That'd have to be billions. What armor would I recommend for an Insight Mercenary? If I had a choice, I have a soft spot for Duress, for cheap stuff. Treachery is not bad. Treachery is actually kind of good if you can get the Fade to proc. Okay. But, yeah, it just varies. The best armor you can get access to is what I put on there. Duress is good. Smoke wouldn't be terrible. Also depends on what class you're playing. If you're playing a Sorceress, you're going to be using him more for tanking than you are for a Necromancer. For this guy, I generally just want Mercenary to stay the hell back. Because, frankly, he's not going to be doing too much for me. But yeah, down here, you generally you want to get the chain of corpse explosions started. Unfortunately, our little dudes are not doing too much yet. Probably because, yeah, they're all stuck back here behind the mages. Right now I'm playing online, but I'm playing solo right now. Mainly because I wanted to relax. Playing with a bunch of other people does kind of stress me out a little bit, if I'm going to be honest. What armor would I recommend for a Bone Necro Insight Mercenary? That would be more in line with a Sorceress, so yeah, like Duress would be really good because then you'd have Crushing Blow for your physical kills against magic immunes. But there's a few things. Is there a Weather Woman Sorceress? Is a Weather Woman Sorceress viable in Hell? Thunderstorm, Meteor, and Blizzard are the primary skills. That would be a nightmare to kind of juggle the skill point requirements for. I mean, I would skip out on the Thunderstorm and just be like Meteor, Blizzard, maybe. But either way, you're going to be sacrificing on one to make the other stronger. Is Treachery good on a Trap Sin? Yes. Oh, because you like Burst of Speed? You would have to override Fade with Burst of Speed, but Fade is extremely powerful. You have to realize a level 15 Fade from that armor counts as 15% damage reduction. But yes, Treachery is good on a Trap Assassin, especially if you're using the kick strategy. You like using Beast to be a Were Necro? I mean, you can. Sorry, I had to open a new water. This is warm water. And these guys are immune to poison, otherwise I'd be doing my Nova right now, too. But yeah, treachery, duress is good. Duress uses an rune though, so you'd have to be a little bit lucky early on to get it. But you also have smoke, which is Nephilim. You have... I'm trying to think what other options I'd actually consider on it. Generally, I like Crushing Blow. I like Life Leech. There's some unique armors that are pretty decent on the Mercenary as well. So we got that around the corner. Can we get up here? Yeah, sort of. Yeah, this is just going to be slow going through here. We could teleport through if we wanted to. Come on, minions, go. That was the wrong skill. I'm using mouse wheel. Ah, he keeps hiding, you dingus. Forgot about hidden damage reduction stat. So how would you handle lightning immunes with a trap sin? I usually just go kicks. You could do the fire bomb, as fire blast, or whatever you want to call it as well. The level 1 fire skill. That is the other main strategy. The only reason I don't usually recommend the fire blast is simply because it's hard for new players to aim. It's actually a really good skill and it can get up high in damage. It's just you gotta really be prepared to figure out how to aim it. I usually just recommend kicks because it's a straightforward. You just go in, you kick them in the face, you kill them. As long as you have a little bit of Crushing Blow, everything dies. It's just simple, straightforward, and very, very basic. What is Mercenary fighting back there? He's bound and determined to just die. But yeah, the first fire trap is fine. But like I said, it's sometimes a pain for new players to aim. Same reason I don't do Blade Fury as like a newbie build recommendation. It's got some quirks to it. Like Blade Fury, you don't actually aim at the enemy with. You shift shoot it at the ground. And then you kind of like aim it towards wherever the enemy's at. You treat it like basically how you would treat a Inferno. If Inferno was actually good. Okay, so we've got corpses over here, so let's go ahead and start blowing them up. And he is Holy Fire, so that's gonna suck. One of my least favorite zones. You hate these magnet tunnels. So do I. Especially with the build that we're doing, which is a freaking... Yeah. Let's go and throw him over there. And he does have thorns coming through, so that's at least a plus. That means we're going to start getting some Rockworm young corpses at least. What is hitting me, for God's sake? Oh, it's the Holy Fire. Derp. Okay. But yeah, it's going to take a little bit to get through this pack. You know what? Since we've already used it, let's go ahead and get inside of it. Whoa, it didn't actually... There you go. It didn't actually telestomp. Which is really, really strange. Kill them all, please. Thank you. Super healing potion, and... Oof. This is going to be a royal pain in the butt one, too, because... Yeah, that's just a dead end. We're teleport staffing. It's going to cost an arm and a leg to repair. Ow. We have really slow cast rate, too. Let's go ahead and get out of here, please. Thank you. And it's not bringing my minions with me each time, which is a little bit disconcerting. But yeah, this is one of the least favorite things. So does casting gear on a trap sin work with melee, or is it all in the boots? Generally, I go for like blood gloves or something like that. Something where I don't have another item that I need to put there. Like, blood gloves work really good. You can get crushing blow on a weapon that's actually halfway decent, or you can just do spirit for extra plus skills, because you don't need a ton. If you get some goblin toes, which are relatively easy to find, you can go with a lot of work on those. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we're going to stick with just the staff equipped for a little while. I'm going to go teleport there. We have 19 charges of that left. There we go. Wait a minute. Yeah, that is right. It's just exit from here and then right is that way. So it's like, well, that is jank. Finally got up to killing Diablo and normal with your hammered in. Ooh. Going through normal with a hammered in is a pain in the butt, if I say so myself. We're just trying to get through. Okay. We got 6 charges left on that, which is not really great. We might have to just deal with this, especially considering we've used some of our full rejuves, because we just teleported in the middle of packs, and that's not what I want to do. Thank you. Can you get goblin boots on Nightmare Meth? Yes. Goblin toes can drop. Goblin toes are unique light-plated boots. They can drop late normal. They're fairly simple to use. Let's go ahead and get some mages there, just more damage on them. We're gonna go through this part kind of slow, probably, if I had to guess. Because we only have 6 casts. Oh, yeah, that's going to make that easy. Go, minions, go. Oh, Mercenary decided to go in there. Okay, so everybody come in. Mercenary's going to die anyway. Go, my fiends. Wow. That is absolutely horrible poison. Fine, we're getting out of there. I don't even care. For normal difficulty, I would actually say...
Blessings to you.
Trying to think which one. I would actually put Paladin in the top for normal playthrough, but Hammered In is not it. You started with a Holy Fire build and respec at 20. Yeah, I can't do that. I prefer respecing whenever I get to Nightmare. That way I can have a Spirit, I can have an Insight, I can have all the stuff I need to basically not have to worry about the mana cost of it. In normal, you're having to chug those potions like a crazy person to get any progress. It is frustrating. Is it the worst thing ever? No, because it can wreck face. It does the damage. It's just like a lightning sorceress. It's just, it costs mana. So anyway, we got the staff. Let's go ahead and move these over. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's not where I want it. Thank you. That used up so much durability. Fire Source in normal with Leaf is kind of easy mode. So's Fire Druid on normal. And hey, Jin, how's it going? So we've got that first little bit done. We've got the worst part done. Are we probably going to die in hell? Yes. Mainly because I get in a hurry and end up doing stupid things. Nightmare Hell Source Necro Paladin. Sorceress has... I have to go in on this one every now and then. The Sorceress is not necessarily always the best choice, but it's mostly because she is not very durable compared to the other classes. So I can't always say, oh, she's amazing, because then you're going to have a bunch of new players picking her up and being like, oh, why am I not just destroying everything and never dying? You you pop down into Duriel's lair as a new player with a sorceress, you're going to get yourself shit stomped in the ground. Hey, Riz, how's it going? Sorry I had to duck out at the end of your stream there. I did have to get some evening stream done here. How was the ending of that, by the way? Chernobylite. I'll have to catch the VOD of it later. But yeah, sorceress will get her crap stomped in. Is there a viable werebear druid? Yes. I feel like Fireclaw might not cut it for hell, but you've always liked the idea of running around as a bear. You can do Fireclaw and Shockwave. But Fireclaw and Shockwave, you basically Shockwave... It basically plays like a Warcry Barb, where you are using the Fireclaw instead of Berserk, and you're using the... Sorry, I'm getting distracted by actually fighting. But yeah, you use the Shockwave kind of like you use Warcry on the Barbarian, and then you use Fireclaw like you would use Berserk. And you can use Maul for the rest of the stuff. Your Maul is actually superior to what anything the Barbarian has, because it will wreck things that are not physical immune, especially if you have a good weapon. And even if you don't have a good weapon, it provides stun. There's a full Rejuve replenishment. Looks like we are out of mana potions now, because we now have 3 rows of full Rejuves. Let's go ahead. I want to get the waypoint here because this is actually an okay farming spot. Not necessarily for this character, but we can make a build out of him. We have our 3 respecs sitting around as well. And there's our... Nope. Yeah, there's our waypoint. But yeah, we have our 3 respecs, so we don't have to worry about jack squat, really. And it's not going to be up here. It was very impressive. Definitely went with an unexpected place with the plot twist. Really enjoyed it. Don't worry about dipping out early. Yeah. I stuck around for most of it. I was writing for most of it, though. That's why I wasn't super chatty. Summon a Clay Golem against Duriel, then cast Iron Maiden. Yep. That's a very, very straightforward strategy for the Necro. For the Bone Necro, I usually actually just Bone Wall him in place. And he'll just be in a bad mood the entire time. Necro is probably one of the safest builds in the entire game. Like, safest characters to play. He has at least 2 builds that you just generally don't have to worry about anything on. Hey, it's Dark Elder. I'm going to kill you, Dark Elder. Just because you're a super unique. We should probably have been farming some of the level 85 areas, but... eh. Who wants to be bothered doing that? Let's go ahead and replace you. But this setup right here will actually do a little bit better against Duriel than a standard summoner. Because he's basically going to be, let's go ahead and... Oh, no, I have it on the wrong... God damn it again. Cast, thank you. And it's not actually... I don't think it's wanting to bring my summons with me. Where are you going, mercenary? Can you fight him, please? Thank you. I'm doing all right, Kelvin. How are you doing? And yeah, we are dealing with... We have 29% poison resist, so it shouldn't be quite this bad. But I say that a few times, and it's just like, nah, we're going to have you have, like, massive, nasty poison on you. I'm going to go this way. Actually, no. I'm going to have to go back to town, because we have super poison. Apparently, they can fix other things, but they can't fix fucking super poison.
Good day.
Where it, like, lasts for, like, 3 or 4 times as long as it's supposed to. Sorry, I shouldn't be getting salty at it. I knew what I was getting into. So let's go ahead and drop those down there. I really don't like super poison. Super poison is absolute rat garbage. For those of you wondering what it is, it's basically poison critting. It's probably the easiest way to explain it. It lasts forever and it does amplified poison damage. even if you have resists. Good just playing some Elder Scrolls Online. Awesome sauce. Are you having fun with it? I actually haven't played Elder Scrolls Online. I know, a travesty. And if anyone's wondering, yes, we will be doing Last Epoch. Probably not necessarily this weekend, but within the next week, we will be doing some Last Epoch. Hey, Kenny, how's it going? And it's going okay. Thank you for asking. I'm just swearing at Super Poison. It's nothing like serious. It's just it's how I roll. I get mad at it. For Necro is giving spirit weapon and shield. Okay, yeah. Necro does well with spirit. I mean, only reason I didn't make a white here is because, well, I didn't get an IO rune. I still haven't gotten one. But that and the spirit I can use on more characters, so it's higher priority for me with socket quests and everything. So, spirit, insight, and a spirit shield are generally going to be my first 3 socket quests that I get access to. Those are going to be the things I use it on. So let's go ahead and keep going forward. Yeah, shield. It's okay. I kind of figured you meant shield whenever you said armor with it, because shield is technically armor. Go, Marauders, go! And I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing, like, Berserker axes. But it seemed... is it just me, or does the heavy poison actually seem to be more common now? Because I am noticing the minions are actually suffering from it pretty bad. Did we already get the waypoint as well? Ouch. Yeah, we already got the waypoint. Apparently Fissure makes the game crash at Ancients. You lost all your progress in Act 5. You're so... I'm going to have to try that. Because we might have to do Druid... it's either going to be Druid or Sorceress because of reports now. We might have to try out Druid to see if we can get it to crash there. Because Druid would be... That would be what I'd be starting with Druid, and that's what I'd have there too. PlayStation 4. Oh, that might be a PlayStation 4 specific thing too. Or it might have just randomly crashed. I mean, it randomly crashed on us yesterday, so I was like, okay. This is not the right way, but this will get us XP. Because we're still technically under-leveled. Normally I'd be mid-70s right now. But yeah, crashing at the Ancients sucks. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and get myself some snakes. There we go. Because they're not terrible revives. They're not good. Play your Elemental Druid yourself. Yeah, Elemental Druid is probably my favorite Druid. But it's not the only one out there. There's plenty of viable options for Druid. He's just not best at any one thing. He's just consistently good at everything. There's a common thing whenever you search it. That sucks. What did we get poisoned? Oh, embalmed. Okay. It's like, what did we get poisoned by? Oh, it's these little shit biscuits. Come on. They're fighting something up there. And yeah, this poison is pretty nasty. Same crash as Cloak of Shadows in the original game. Oh, okay. Is this... Well, at least it's not out-damaging our healing potions. We're probably going to die to poison, if I'm going to be honest. Just signed on. Do you need a telestaff? No, I've got one. I need experience is what I need. I am like 70. I should be 75 by now. And I'm also getting... I need poison resist, apparently. More poison resist than normal. Thanks for the info. You're an old school player from the early 2000s. No FAQs readily available at the time. Yeah. I was on Lurker Lounge and stuff like that for a long time, so I did get exposure to a lot of the stuff, but it definitely was not commonly available information. Yeah, normally I get cranky at poison in the original, but normally it doesn't feel like it's this frequent that we get the like really nasty poisons. So they might have cranked up the poison in general, or they just didn't fix the problem with it, and I'm just getting it a lot. That, and we're also a summoner, so I don't have bone armor. Let's see. Just signed on, do you know? But no, I don't need a telestaff, thank you though. Any advice on a good level 1-2 Hrogath easy mode self-found run through character for self-running Larzik characters? Oh, you're trying to run people up to Larzik? Level 1 to Hrogath. I would generally either go a Druid with Fissure to get socket quests, or I would go with a Holy Fire Paladin, depending on which one you want to play at the time. Melee, we'd obviously go for the Holy Fire Paladin. If you prefer doing caster, I would do the Druid. That's what I would lean towards, because you're not going to get really too much in the way of teleport by the time you get to Hrogath to unlock your socket quest. It does get you up there faster, though. This is on multiplayer, so I literally don't have access to that. Is that just durability? Yeah, that was just durability. It's not worth it. Yeah, just basically go up there, get the socket quest, delete them. Yeah, Druid or Paladin would be the first two picks for me. Fissure Druid or a Holy Fire Paladin. Yeah, and players 3 or 5 is sadly not available on multiplayer. If I was playing single player right now, I'd be on one of my level 90 something guys. I have a level 92 Poison Necro right now. I have that I've transferred over, and I've transferred over our Paladin. The rest have just been mules. Can't wait to build a Frozen Orb source. Well, Frozen Orb as support. Frozen Orb is not a main killer. From what I've heard, no, it's not available on consoles to have the player commands. But there may be a way, and I'm just not aware of it. Which would do better against Duriel. Against Duriel, the Druid does better. Against Diablo, the Paladin does better. Because I'm assuming you're going to transfer gear on them to make them go faster. The Paladin would go better versus Diablo because you'd be able to get Goblin Toes on him and just wreck any boss's face. Whereas the Druid will generally struggle with Diablo because, well, it's Fissure. So. And we're just over here murdering all the Snicks. But yeah, you're probably transferring gear onto him, so you'd have like the Goblin Toes and stuff like that, so Paladin would probably eke out against the bosses. He'd be a little slower in just going through like various areas, but bosses would be way easier on him. I mean, we used to have to farm those a lot on Battle.net, but I used to just make mule accounts and just take the mules through, and then the mules would be permanent because I would have taken them all the way through normal difficulty. And I could just transfer items to them. And socket. And obviously you can go look at speedrun guides and stuff like that. If you're going to go full speedrunner, Sorceress is actually not bad. But I'm assuming you mean just as like a go through as a normal player. Yeah, the damage falls off later, but he's wanting to go to Act 5 normal to get a socket quest. He's not wanting to go through hell. But no, you go through normal with Fissure, and then you switch to Wind. Yeah, fire against Diablo is not suggested in, at least not in normal. And believe it or not, despite my respect for Llama and the fact that I actually do enjoy some of his content, I don't always agree with him. I still think his opinion on bone is bad. For those of you who are curious. I still stand by bone armor, like the actual necro armor called bone is insanely powerful, and a lot of people underestimate it. It basically makes you physical immune. If you are playing a Bone Spear Necromancer, you are effectively immune if you're wearing that armor. Slap on some good resist elsewhere. The only thing that's going to like really beat it out are things like Enigma. And Enigma is ungodly expensive compared to that. What sorceress build is the best then? It depends on what you're going to be doing. It really just straight up depends on what you're going to be doing with the sorceress. Going through the game, just trying to beat hell difficulty, I generally go Fire Orb. If I'm going Magic Find, you will want to be looking at either a Fireball Orb Sorceress for farming early hell, or you'll want to be looking at a Lightning Sorceress for farming level 85 areas, or you'll want to be looking at a Blizzard Sorceress for level 85 areas and bosses. You thought you heard Boner Armor versus Llama? For some reason, Llama always plays the Bone Mancer in his speedruns. That's because it's a very, very good build. Yes, his ranking of the rune words, the little bit I watched of it, I've skipped his very specific rune words that people have mentioned in comments, just because I was like, why are they saying his ranking of that is so different from mine? And it's because he's ranking it based on basically speedrunning objective and a little bit of PvP and late game Magic Find. And generally speaking, if I'm going to just randomly choose choose a character that I'm just going to play through just solo self-found, 99% of the time on the Necromancer, it's going to be a Bone Necro. Simply because the Bone Necro he is just easy mode. This one is a little faster at clearing certain areas, and it's good for Magic Find, but it's not really great for clearing the game, if that makes sense. It struggles in normal with the bosses, and then it struggles with clearing these things out in the mid-round unless you want to go Might Mercenary and then hire a Thorns Mercenary before the boss and all this other nonsense. And I don't like rotating mercenaries a ton. But yeah, every class has an option for doing Hell easy. This is not terribly hard for Hell. The Bone Necro is a lot easier. Poison is kind of hard for the Necromancer. For the Sorceress, I generally find Fireball Orb to be the easiest way to get through Hell. And, yeah. The Druid, it's usually Wind. For the Paladin, it's Blessed Hammer. For the Assassin, it's Traps, etc. Hey, Andre. How's it going? We are making our way through Hell. Making my way downtown, walking fast, killing crap as we're hellbound. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. I have to sing it really bad, otherwise I get a copyright strike. I'm sorry. The worse I sing it, the safer the channel is. Bone Shield. No, it's not really actually worth picking up. I'm just getting the gold.
Beginning to enjoy the darkness.
Okay, so we are good there. Let's go ahead and go back up to the surface. We can make ourselves the shaft. But, yeah. It's fine for different people to disagree on that kind of stuff. Because we each have different priorities. Llama's priority is freaking speedrunning. So, of course, hard to find runes are not going to be super high on his list. Whereas Dobrunsky focuses on Magic Find. And then you have Cooley who focuses on PvP. It's to each person their own. I prefer focusing on the new player experience because I actually like kind of just going through and theory crafting and trying out different builds. So everyone has their different priorities, and you should actually look at creators who match your priorities. It's the same thing with reviews of games. There are people who hate my taste in games, and they should not take my opinion on what games they should play. If you like the games I play, then you should take my opinion on the games. It's just kind of like that kind of thing. Just found a 100 poison per second plus 18 life smell charm. Actually, I'm not sure if that one's worth a lot in trade or not. It depends on what the current rich people are doing. It could be a useful charm. Is it going to be useful to people who are currently kind of trying to build their wealth? Probably not. It's one of those that you're going to see as people dive more into PvP and stuff, though. But even then, I'd probably lean towards a pure poison charm for that particular use case of it. And now we actually have the good revives. Yay! And are we going to back up through there? Yes, we are. Third one is just junk. But yeah, I have them sorted. I will eventually be making a gem and a rune mule just for the overflow, because I don't want to keep more of each rune, more than 4 of each rune in my shared stash. Similar thing for the already made perfect gems. We're almost leveled up. Sweet. It is monotonous if everyone was... Why am I getting trade messages again? Bite me, game. It keeps doing that. It's rather troublesome. And we just lost all our revives. It's fine. I'm going to try to get to the next area before I read that, because I think I just saw something out of the corner of my eye. I will comment on it in just a second. Okay, so that's the portal. I don't think we have the shortcut through. I think we have to deal with the room there. So let's go ahead and get some bodies going in here. Get some revives. Okay, so those things should be able to handle those relatively easily. Okay. If you like Diablo 2, you will love Witcher 3 and Skyrim. I like those games. Those games do not like my brain. The reason I say it that way is I'm one of those people, I will ADD through The Witcher and stuff like that, and Skyrim. It's one of those things, oh god, this is gonna hurt, this is gonna hurt, this is gonna hurt. No, mercenary, don't do it. You're not a hero. You are a garbage friend. There you go. But yeah, the music down here is awesome. I wish I could use it in more things, but it's a very short loop. And it doesn't really mix well with like dialogue usually. Okay, so we're all spread all over the place, which kind of is sucky. So that is not what we want to be doing. And we'll get some more revives and mages and stuff like that going on. Okay, so you kill them. Yeah, there's Fire Eye, the flatulent. Blunderbore's down. Let's go ahead and get some more regular skellies. What are you fighting? Oh, it's immune to physical. That's why. I was like, why are you guys not killing that? That would be why. Mercenary, for God's sake. Why did you go down there? It's like, my dude. Nah. Fam, don't.
This is fantastic.
Okay, we're gonna burn through a lot of teleports here. But anyway, Witcher 3 and Skyrim, I end up doing the thing where I get distracted by all the side things to do. Watched the videos for about half a year. Ah, have a good one, Sean. Nice to actually see you in the streams, though.
Good day.
Let's go ahead. We don't even need to repair anything. Wow. But yeah, I actually have this in a specific order. You have your low 10 runes. I don't have this bottom part perfectly organized, but we're gonna have 4 of each of those, and we're having our high runes in the middle. And then we have all of our gems. But anyhoozle. Let's go. Do this the stupid way. And we'll just go to town and repair in between each one. Trying to cast that. Murder them all! Go on in. There you go. Well, this path was the wrong path. We're fine with that. Gets us some money to repair the staff with and try again. But yeah, teleporting through this area, highly recommended. Especially with a summoner. Diablo 2 is the best RPG game so far, but lacks both the interactive story and less personal with the main dialogue, etc. Yeah, I can agree with that one. For the most part, I wouldn't say it's the best RPG.
Yes.
It is the one that I find easiest to continually play, if that makes sense. I find it a lot simpler to play through Diablo 2 than I do, like, play Nox endlessly. But I do think Nox is, like, the superior game as far as single playthroughs go. Currently going to be lurking because you're listening at work. Aw, okay. Have a good one, laughing boy. We will try not to interrupt your work. The work of doom. Ow. And we were landing just in the middle of, like, all the ghosts. Ow, 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 ow. There we go. Okay, we got a little bit of the way in there. Let's switch back over to this for a little while. Oh, thank you for the donation. And yeah, I'm going to be trying to stream more often, if at all possible. There are things in life that will come up, but hopefully we'll be able to do those. Nox is a action RPG made by Westwood before they got completely destroyed by Electronic Arts. Goodbye, Ghoul Lords. And thank you for the super chat, my friend. How did you allocate your skill points on this character as it leveled? Specifically, when did you invest in Corpse, Boom, Revive, and Curses? I got Corpse Explosion super early. And then Curses, I just got Amp Damage relatively early because I knew I was going Thorns. And for the most part, my early levels were just Raised Skeleton and Skeleton Mastery. There we go. We got elemental damage coming in on the Spectre. It's fine by me. You loved how each of the 3 classes started off in a different part of the world and saw the playthrough in a different... Yes, that is one of the, like, big selling points of Nox. That, and even whenever you went through with, like, the different characters, like, the areas, you had to solve the puzzles differently because you had different abilities. Okay, and yeah, this is definitely not the right way. They're going to murder that lightning spire, and then they should hopefully deal with the Hell Clan. Yeah, Nox action RPG, or you can actually search the... oh, yes, we will keep that. I actually have a Nox playthrough of Wizard. It's absolutely terrible, but, like, I did a terrible job at it. But we do have a Nox Let's Play on the channel. It's in the playlists. I do plan to go through with all the classes, and I'll probably redo the Wizard one. Usually find yourself playing Diablo 1 or 2 again, and they both... Yeah, Diablo 1 and 2 have way better replayability than Nox. Just got 1 point in Corpse Explosion for a while. The damage won't be low. Yeah. The damage is the same regardless of how many points you have in it. It is just the area of effect that changes.
Greetings.
So, like, it's going to do the same damage whether it's level 1 or 40. It's just at level 40, it's going to cover, like, a screen. Whereas at level 1, it's going to cover, like, a pack of monsters. So, it is a 1-point wonder for the rest of your life. Especially since you will be getting plus skills. We don't have any stat or skill points left over. Yeah, okay. So we've gone 2 of the 3 paths. Time for number 3. Let's not get stuck in the middle of that nonsense. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and come back up here. Try not to get pinned in too many places. I am stuck right here. There we go. Like, I couldn't move because we had gotten weirdly kind of snuggled in there. I might have to switch this last row back to mana potions again. But Mercenary has decided to level up, which is nice of him. I have a feeling this is going to be the right path. Statistically, we're likely on the right one. Hey. They're fighting just the one guy. I don't know what the rest of them are doing. Oh, they're fighting the one Hell Clan? Okay, fine. Can everyone not get distracted by the one enemy? There's our ghosts. But yeah, Corpse Explosion is one of those that I generally do not invest more than 1 point into unless I'm going to be like leaning to a very specific build. And we're not leaning into that build. So. We have poison though. Like, I can use poison. So let's get ourselves those dudes. And another mage. And yes, this is the right one. We're going to start seeing weakness get cast on things as well. All of our minions are completely stuck over there on that one side still. Oh, Moonfall. Sweet. I will gladly take that. You are going to give me teleport. And he is going to die really quickly. We even got a Key of Hate. Sweet. As far as our symbol goes, it is going to be Circle Smile. We gotta wait for that nonsense to go away. But yeah, Circle Smile, yay! I always forget where that one is. It's obviously in the Canyon of the Magi, but... Currently level 71. We'll probably end up finishing Hell difficulty lower level than anticipated. Oh, and yeah, we can stick it in there. Sweet! Anyway, Moonfall, there you go. Not a bad mace. I have used it on Zealers before. I've used it on a Sorceress before. It's not bad. Summoner Necro really shows its cracks in places like this so tight, yeah. Maggot Layer Trudge was absolutely abysmal. We used Teleport Staff a little bit, we used a few other things, and generally we lose money here. So let's see. We're going to get to Act 5 and socket that. We're going to get it a little late for this character, but we'll have it for Sorceress and stuff like that. The key is used to create portals to fight Ubers, and then you can get you into the Pandemonium event, which will eventually get you a torch. What stats it's going to have on the torch? No one knows yet. Well, actually, they know. It's random as to which class it boosts. So you could be beating and getting a torch as a Necromancer and get a Paladin torch. Okay, let's get that going. Get some more revives. There's another revive. These guys are actually good revives too. They're not the best, but they're good enough. So full rejuve there. Don't see too many good magic drops. I'm playing on BattleNet. Tomb at 4 o'clock. Okay. So bottom right. Thank you. I appreciate it. So let's go and get these. I am going to kill the stuff along the way there because if you watch my XP bar, it's going to keep going up fairly quickly. If you're using Beast on a Summon Necro, what offhand would you recommend? A Spirit Shield, Rhyme, or an Ancient's Pledge? I would probably go with a Spirit or one of the unique Necro Heads. The unique Necro Heads are not bad. They're actually fairly good as far as class-specific uniques go. Ow. I didn't even notice that guy was like whacking on my skull. Okay, so we're fairly solid in here. We have our entire arsenal up. We have nothing to really worry about, honestly. We have the way to punch through their physical resistances. We're good. But yeah, if I was using Beast on my main hand, I would probably be looking at, yeah, Spirit Shield or one of the Necro Heads, like Homunculus or something like that. Homunculus probably being the most simple one to just go for because everybody recognizes it. And it's useful for a lot of Necro builds. So you can kind of like use it across things. So in we go, and let's go ahead and just start on the left side. Oh, those are minions. Lovely. Means they're going to probably murder Mercenary. Mana Burn, Fire, Enchant. Not too bad. Extra Strong is going to actually kill him faster. Best database for the rune words? If you're going to just look for just rune words in general, probably Ariat Summit, because it just lists them all. But things like the Diablo2.net one have them organized by like which equipment slot they go in. Generally speaking, though, yeah, I just go to Ariat Summit for it. It's the easiest for me to find what I'm looking for. That said, there are rune words that I always forget exist. And that's just true of pretty much everybody. There are rune words you will use a lot of, and then there's rune words almost no one uses. So, and those are the ones that get forgotten in my minions. And it looks we might have actually gotten a good tune. Because we got big guys, we got lightning guys. If we don't have revival guys, we're actually happy with this. You always go to fandom for details. I find fandom a little bit of a pain to navigate when I'm trying to find the rune words. But it's on there. I mean, I wager they have them on... Oh, I'm trying to remember the name of it. Oh, crap. I'm forgetting their name. It's a streamer. Extra Life. There we go. Single digits playing this back in the day. Homunculus is... I forget if Nightmare Mephisto can drop it. I'm wanting to say yes, Nightmare Mephisto can drop it. Usually I find it whenever I'm just going through hell, though. So that's why I'm saying yeah, probably. But I don't want to say 100% certain that he can drop it. I would go to Silas Spend and check there. For the drop tables for that. Just to be certain. But I think he can drop it. Nightmare Mephisto can drop a lot of really good things. But yeah, it's just a good plus skill resists. It's your all-around good Necro Shield. And I can 100% endorse using it on pretty much any Necro build you can imagine. It is good enough. Fandom does have some uses. It's just I don't like navigating it. And generally speaking, if you're looking for like absolute accuracy, I would go Amazon Basin. Usually when in doubt, Mephisto Ha. Yeah, pretty much. You've never found a homunculus in Diablo? Wow. I'll give you a few. And I didn't put up a town portal to die. Ow, 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 ow. So we're going to do this safety portal. And some people will yell at me for doing that, but I'm safety portaling. You can see Duriel does not do too well right now. And this is why we have thorns. Because every single time he whacks one of them, he gets a ton of damage. And that's Blade Buckle. Blade Buckle is actually a good belt, for those who are curious. It has amazing faster hit recovery. It's one of the best low-level belts for a melee character. Because of that. So, I'm readjusting the wrap on my arm to keep the spasms from happening. If you're wondering why I'm being quiet for a second, there we go. It slipped up and was cutting off circulation. Anyway, Demon Hide Sash, is it going to be any good? Probably not. It's not terrible, actually. Might. Although we're getting a good chunk of our poison resist from that belt. We might want to keep that belt. So, anywho, we're going to Act 3. I'm good with this.
Hello, Isaac.
Thank you, mortal.
I came too late. Now, destruction.
Yay! Yeah, the Act bosses are going to be easy for us. It's kind of like an inverse. And that has 21 strength on it. Still not enough for us to equip that. Because we are currently at 148 with that. But that's not a bad build. We might be using that against Diablo. So let's see. Keep that as well. Just because it's a good belt. And yeah, we're looking good. We're on to Act 3. I just need to go talk to Jaren and head east. Further into the east. You've done well. Now, Act 3, I'm trying to think where our trouble spots are probably going to be. If we have to go through Great Marsh, that's going to be a problem. If we're going to... The sewers are going to be irritating, but doable. Dragons... Yes, fandom is kind of like... I'm trying to remember the other one.
Good day.
Like Fextra Life, in that... Some of them are really good, some of them are really bad. It's just... There's so much stuff on there, you can't really blanket state on it. Do my resistances transfer over to skeletons? No. They actually get their resistances from this. Summon resist. They have base resist, and then they have that on top of it. So let us see. I now speak to Ormus. Awesome sauce. Let's go ahead and... Oh, we don't have any gold because I've already transferred it out. I should probably double check. Do we have any backup teleport staves? We got a frozen orb staff. No backup of those. We do actually have a lower resist wand, I think, too, already. But I wouldn't mind a second one. So let's go ahead and grab that real quick. And I think... Because this one's going to be cheaper to repair. But no, our resistances do not transfer over to them, so you just kind of have to kind of deal with it. But now we have 2 lower resist ones. Ironically of the same type. You've been skipping through Act 3 for so many years, actually walking through it was made more frustrating, challenging than you remember it being. Yeah. If you get rushed, it takes a lot of getting used to for this. Let's go ahead and check in on you. Do we switch mercenaries? God, no. And it's not that it's really hard, it's just more frustrating to go through than anything. And yes, we are still using stuff that we've been using for a fairly decent amount of time. We got Spirit Shroud, though. That did at least upgrade from our stealth, or we'd still be using stealth. Come on, my minions. There you go. I don't mind Flare Jungle. I do mind Great Marsh. Great Marsh pisses me the hell off. But that's because my least favorite enemy is there, so... I am using a Thorns or a Mercenary for Act Bosses. If you are if you're trying to go through a specific area as quickly as possible, use a Might Mercenary. If you're looking to go through bosses, you use a Thorns Mercenary. If you're most other Necro builds besides the Summoner, you use Holy Freeze. That includes a Golemmancer. You use Holy Freeze. But, yeah. We're using Thorns because it returns damage to bosses super easy. You saw it kind of take out the Duriel really quickly. But yeah, this is Nightmare Combat. He also has Insight on him, just because I needed to make an Insight, and it's as good a weapon as what he had. Kill that Plague Pox, please. That probably has our statue in it. No, it didn't. Okay. He's a dick. He doesn't have his statue in it. Why doesn't this random creature from the woods have what we want on it? Golemmancer is a... we already have one of those. But a Golemmancer is basically a Necromancer that leans heavily into its Golem. It's usually a variety of melee Necromancer. So you'll be like a tanky Necromancer with a single Golem that's like really strong, and you'll have Bone Wall and Bone Prison, and you'll basically play with hexes and bash things over the head while your Golem is basically your really strong companion. It's basically like going all in on a Valkyrie for an Amazon. It's not the most effective build. Iron Golem is oddly popular with it because you can put a really good weapon on him and he'll be really damaging. But for the most part, I generally don't play that build. It's one that's kind of outdated as well. It was really popular whenever you could do Blood Golems with Iron Maiden. Because then you could really be just in there in the middle of stuff. You didn't have to have bone armor or anything like that because, well, it wasn't good back then. It's been good in different patches. And there is no terrible build, just builds that are more efficient or less efficient. That's Spider Cavern, so that's where we do want to be. I want the waypoint, but we're fine without it. Dual Dream and lower res, not really that great, oddly enough. You don't have a way of boosting the lightning damage, so it just becomes like a basic lightning damage necro. But for the most part, Dream I only use on, well, Dream helmets I only use on paladins and sorceresses. On the shield, I'll actually sometimes use it on assassins. Lightning resistant Act 3 is destroying your light source? Yeah, probably. No, so yeah, actually that is a build, Garrett. Thank you. If you haven't played for long enough to understand where the Blood Golem with Iron Maiden thing comes from, you probably have not heard of it. And we actually have a build for Rabies Druid on the channel. But anyway. Let's go ahead and revive a couple of these boys as well. Just to get them in there and doing their thing. The Blood Golem thing doesn't work anymore because it was nerfed to high hell, because it was overpowered as hell. That was back in, geez, pre-Lord of Destruction days. If you're wanting like a time span that it was super popular. You can still run golems fairly strongly though. The clay golem can become nasty. The iron golem can become nasty. Blood golem is pretty much useless, unfortunately. He used to be really cool. Now he's garbage. It's kind of sad. But, hey, there's our Jade figurine. Sweet. Let's go ahead and back up just a little bit. Do we need that? No. But anyway, this was Angelic Sickle, by the way. But it used to be you'd actually summon up a Blood Golem and drop Iron Maiden down. You'd basically be immortal against things like Duriel and any other boss. What's the best stats to put on an Amazon? Are you trying to play meta, or are you just trying to play a build in general? Enough strength and dexterity to get your gear, and then you go full in on... on vitality. The best Iron Golem? I don't like using Iron Golem that much for most of the builds I run. But if I was going to run an Iron Golem, I would probably do an Oath Golem. Skeleton mages, they're not good, but they're not going to, like... If you have the normal skeletons to support them, they're not going to be that big of a problem to have. You would just be a basic summoner with some elemental coming in every now and then. It's not a good build, it's not a bad build. Any build you're having fun with is a decent enough build. Generally, I don't max skeleton mages unless I'm just trying to get numbers. One thing that I do kind of laugh at, though, is whenever people max revive. Those things last for 3 minutes. I would rather have an attack skill than mages, generally speaking. That's going to be what I'm going to invest in. Let's go ahead and duck down here. We should be able to go either that way. I think we're going to go this way so we have more room to navigate. I usually just put 1 point in revive and let the rest of it be handled by plus skills. because you're pretty much not going to be using them all the time. You'll use them against bosses, you'll use them against some random odds and ends, but it's not going to be like your main tool for a lot of things. Poison dagger, you say? Do I need to go through hell on a poison daggermancer to prove some things to some people? It sucks ass, but I can do it. I mean, we already have how much damage on poison dagger? Yeah, 1700. I'd have to transfer gear, but max skeleton, mastery warriors, and I don't bother maxing CE. It's nice, but I'd rather actually have other things. I'd rather be able to get my starter corpse a little faster. It's good for clearing areas. That's the main use of Fishymancer. People love the build. I don't usually recommend it because it's really not good for new players. Let's see. We'll just throw that in there. Yep, it's good for cows. It's actually good for a few areas, but it's just an area sweeper. That's all Fishymancer is. It's a mediocre boss killer, but it is a... There we go, we'll grab those. I would rather generally use different builds for killing bosses. Simply because I don't want to have to gather a bunch of minions before going down there. So let's get ourselves 20 more life. That'll put us at over 800, so I'm good with that. It's not too bad. The golden bird of Kuile. Give me my... There you go. Thank you. He's very insistent on not giving me my stuff. He's done that in every single difficulty where I have to, like, walk away from him for a little bit. He just doesn't like me watching him make the potion. But yeah, I forget why we ended up going summoner. I've just kind of stuck with it. Normally, like, if I'm playing hardcore and stuff like that, I go straight in for a Bonemancer. I should have gone Bonemancer going through with this as well. It would have been actually a little bit easier. Let's go ahead and do we need any more? Yeah, we need one regular Skell. And let's go either find the waypoint or find the next area. Next area being Flayer Jungle, not Grim, not the Great Marsh. Great Marsh can suck. Monkey Nut. I hate Great Marsh. I will always hate Great Marsh. Great Marsh can rot in hell. Difficulty. Let's see, Flawless Amethyst, yes. Ow! Stop, you shits! Go after the minions that are right in front of you. Don't come around behind. So let's see. Let's get some revives going. Let's see. What class build would I recommend as a second class? Are you talking about, like, you're running an Orb Baller on Source and D2R? That's actually a fairly good starting class as well. But what class build would I recommend as a second character that fills out a Summon Necro's weakest best? Like, are you playing as a Necromancer with a friend, or are you talking about just a second character on your account? Just to make sure I am not giving really crappy advice. Because, like, are you thinking, oh, for an alternate farmer, or are you thinking, oh, for a teammate for a Summon Necro? Because a teammate for a Summon Necro, Paladin. For a second character in your account next to it, second on account, I would probably say a Sorceress or a... I'd probably say a Sorceress, Fire Orb. That or... Because you're going to want a magic finder. Yeah, alternate farmer. Yeah, sorceress is a good farmer. Paladin's a good farmer. This is good for cows. Until you get, like, really good gear. In which case, then you can go almost anywhere. And farm it, sort of. It's not the fastest at any of it. I'm a big proponent of picking up the Paladin. Because he can be made into such a variety of powerful builds that can go to different places that you enjoy. And yes, I heard the gem drop. I'll get it in a moment. There we go. Ouch! Yeah, we're going to need poison resist. Everybody teleport up and fight. And it's not even the waypoint. You butt nugs. Yeah, I'd probably say Sorceress would be a good second character if you're looking for a farmer. Necro's pretty good for getting runes because of cows, by the way. Let's go ahead and grab that. And generally speaking, anywhere where the enemies are packed together, like clumped up, is going to be good for the Necromancer too. Because you'll be able to... A corpse explosion! Very effectively. Ouch. You guys are really focused in on me. It's fine, but still. Gothic Plate, that's probably what I'm not going to keep. It's Rattle Cage. I like the Crushing Blow. I don't like the hit causes monster to flee. But we'll see. It's okay for act bosses, because they can't flee. Let's go and amp damage these guys up, get them going. I shouldn't even be using the mages. I just summon them because, well, it fills out the numbers a little bit. Provides me some protection. And there's our golem gone. There's our golem back. But yeah. Anywho. I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't had more trolls tonight. There were a handful coming in for a while. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and take out the fetishes. And so far we haven't really had too many issues with the chat being too buggy. It's happened a couple times. I've noticed it pop in, but it's not been too terrible. They need to get that fixed. That's for sure. Let's see. Rattle me bones and shiver me timbers. We're moving through. I'm just really hoping we don't have to go through Great Marsh. Great Marsh will probably get me killed. Because I'll look over and then I'll just get ganked by like 95 gloams. Our lightning resist isn't terrible, but you want 75% lightning resist and some magic damage reduction and even possibly some lightning absorb if you are going to be running into that nonsense. There we go. Let's go ahead and drink that. How are we looking? Not too bad. But yeah, we're just going to wander up this side. If we see a T-junction, we'll check it out. But chances are we are going to end up having Great Marsh. You see that games are loading like 10 to 5 seconds sometimes, and sometimes 1 to 5 seconds. It's just server load, probably. You played with the beta, never played Diablo 2 before, and now you're hooked. Yeah, it's a great game. And hopefully you are enjoying the full release as well. There's a lot of people giving it a lot of flack for various reasons, and Some of them I agree with, a lot of them I don't. A lot of them I find just to be just nostalgia blinder nonsense, but for the most part, I think it went for what it was going for, and it achieved that. I think the only thing that I don't like is that the Cold Mastery actually bypasses immunities now. But anyway, how are you doing, Emil? Let's see. Let's go ahead and show that one. I'll answer that in just a second. Whenever I'm trying not to die. Could very well be because you're on Wi-Fi. Especially if you're on unstable Wi-Fi. But let's see. I have just had some areas take longer to load, and it was just because it's internet. But gonna let that go. Yeah, Cold Mastery breaks immunity now, apparently, is what all the reports are saying. I haven't tried it myself, so I can't 100% confirm it, but I had heard rumors for a while, and now it's like a big discussion, so I think it might be true. As far as the would you consider making a video about map reading, finding meth, and Andy is a pain in the ass? I could. Generally, I'm not too worried about stuff like that. There are tricks. I have a pathfinding note thing that I sometimes use. I don't have it up right now. I don't usually have it up while I'm streaming because I only have so much screen real estate. And I have that pretty much taken up with everything I need to stream. So, did they fix it already? Okay. I just know that the conversations about it were getting heated. And I was like, okay. I'm still going to try it. I'm going to see if it's been changed or not. The thing is, it's kind of a mixed bag. If it does work that way. Because if it is the 1/5 thing and it functions just like conviction, stuff like that, you won't have the thing where you can convict out cold immunity with like lower resistance conviction and then use the Cold Mastery to drop it down super low. You wouldn't be able to do that if Cold Mastery is working on the same tick as those. What level am I? 71. About to be 72. But yeah, I need to. I would need to test it to tell you exactly how it's working. But for the most part, the minute I heard that and it was like from a good source, I was like, that's not a good thing. Let's go ahead and get another mage because it'll actually teleport with me, and we'll get some little friends. To be honest, this loading screen is killing your game. Your run to kill Andy, Meth, and Nit. I'm not sure you mean by Nit. Takes you 1 to 2 minutes watching screen loading between acts, and when you... Yeah, the loading time between acts is a little bit long, but it doesn't bother me that much. Let's see. I'm going to walk over there. I'm not going to switch out to teleport. I do have my teleport staff, but I don't need it. Let's see, that's garbage. It doesn't have plus skills, so it's not going to be worth anything. I was hoping it had plus skills, but alas, my ass, it did not. Let's see. Full screen or windowed, annoying. No full screen windowed option. When you tab out, cannot see the desktop behind the game until you close it. Oh crap, there's a way to around that. I think it's control something. I just forget exactly what it is. I just had someone tell it to me the other day. I was like, oh, that's a cool function that I never use. Oh, Neelathak, okay. Hey, that lovely fire. And these guys can revive the Fallen, it's just super uncommon. They're more aggro than not. But they do actually have it in their functions to actually revive you guys. But yeah, we're just going through here chill. For the most part, this place isn't going to piss me off. The underground areas are a little bit rough at times, but yeah. Oddly enough, I feel safer with the Bone Necro, but that's just me. But that's probably because I'm way more used to the Bone Necro. I've only played through with Summoner maybe a half dozen times, maybe up to 10. Somewhere between 6 and 10 times. But go ahead and nuke all them. Thank you guys for coming across the bridge as slowly as possible. Way more used to the bone. Yep, pretty much. I mean, life, it bones you. But bone is just, you have more control over what's being attacked too. Is bone faster? Yes. Bone is quite a bit faster for getting through the game. For clearing areas, not as much, but for just getting through the game, it's significantly faster. Let's go grab full rejuves. Sorry, I've kind of lost track of the conversation in there. I'll get up to it in just a second. Something poisoned me there and it was hurting. Sorry for getting distracted trying to survive. I will check chat in uno momento. Let's go ahead and get some more revives. There we go. Now they're murdering things. Anyway, let's see. Easiest early game D-key farmer without Enigma. At the moment, you do it on Assassin, but you come across Poison Serpents. Mercenary falls over. Yep, pretty much. The Tomb Vipers. Tomb Vipers will wreck anything that moves. Standing still is the best defense against them. You can play it offline. You have to reconnect to BattleNet every now and then, I've noticed. The warning that it pops up whenever you try to sidestep the launcher, which I've tried a few times, is a warning about you haven't connected to BattleNet in 30 days. Please log in to re-verify, and that has me worried. I'm just going to say right now. I don't have the resources to dive in and check what the verification period is, but I think there is one. Someone will develop a way to bypass it. Oh god, we almost died to that. But yeah, someone will develop a way to bypass it, and then Blizzard will get pissed at them, and yada yada yada. The cycle continues. Let's see. Considered putting the Venom chest on your Mercenary, but don't think it'd do anything. Presently, Treachery. Treachery is going to be better than Venom Ward or Venom. Trying to remember which one Venom is. I do not use that very often, but Treachery is one of the better mercenary armors in general. It's a good one to go to if you're like at all in doubt about what you're going to be using. Because it provides you the Fade, which gives him physical damage reduction, resists, all that other stuff. Provides him increased attack speed, faster hit recovery, all that stuff. Treachery is a good one. Treachery is one you should probably keep. We are just kind of slowly going through these. I'm going to check these Feral Claws, though, just in case. Oh, yeah, I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah, Venom Ward. The breastplate. No, stick with Treachery. Venom Ward will not help him survive. I mean, it will, but he still won't survive. Those snakes wreck everything's face. It's not even just like remotely fair. Come, my minions, deal with probably a boss mob or champions drop. Let's see, which one are we gonna get? Where are they at? Hey, it was just one fanatic. That is fine by me. Then we have the path down. We are going to town portal this, and then we're going to go look for the waypoint. And Dariel's visage plus treachery? I mean, I would actually have to go in there and test it. I usually don't farm that. I'll just teleport straight to him and nuke him. Yeah, Cloak of Shadows would help. Because it's their range attack that jacks you up, by the way. It's not their melee attack that hurts you. And it's not as bad as it used to be, but still, it's not pleasant. We're probably not going to do Neelathak on this character. Crown of Thieves, Treachery, and CA Insight? Maybe. For a Trap Assassin, you might not even need the Insight. If you can get an Infinity, that would be kind of good on it. You don't know which uniques are actually good. Have some Spark Notes on what you might find getting through Nightmare that are worth... Oh, might I have some Spark Notes? I don't really... Because what's good for you really depends on your build. And there are things that are good for like really stupid builds that normal people don't keep. That's one reason why I went and go mule and keep all the random ass items. I'm just glad we didn't have to go through that. You've never had an Enigma. That is perfectly normal, actually. Most people have not had Enigmas. Because most people don't spend hundreds of thousands of hours playing a video game. A single video game. So, and I wouldn't really say it takes hundreds of hours, thousands of hours to get an Enigma, but it does take a few thousand, usually, for most people, unless you are like really just into that optimization. Boop, there. Eat the golem. Ow! Oh, there's a boss mob over there. That explains a little bit. Ouch. We might die in here because we're amp damaged. And that's pretty much the main reason why we would die in here. We do not have a path over there. So they're going to murder all my minions on my way there.
I need a key.
You like the insight for sanity's sake, you'd get Infinity, but you'd build Enigma first. The only alternative you considered was a Act 5 Barbarian with Lawbringer. Lawbringer Barbarians aren't terrible. I'd still stick with the Act 2 Mercenary. Holy Freeze. And stuff like that. But generally speaking, for getting the Neelathak key, it's one of those things where it's like, maybe just get a teleport sorceress and deal with it that way. That way you can just go straight to him, get it over with, and be gone. Death Sentry will help with them, but if you get the Tomb Vipers, it's going to suck regardless. The reason why it's not too bad on the teleport sorceress is you can kind of control movement of your mercenary. I'm sorry, I'm getting slightly distracted fighting things real quick. Because we are semi-surrounded. Mostly by our own guys, but we're still surrounded. I'm getting poisoned left and right because of these things. The little spitter boys. Death Sentry makes it Child's Play, yeah. Drop 3 to 4 Death Sentry after 1 kill and it's Dominoes. Yep, they do less damage than Corpse Explosion, but not in a bad... They're not bad. It's still percent based. Divine Scepter will check. You're overburdened. You are not overburdened, you dingus. Resist lightning, that'll get us money. I'm hoping we find the waypoint. It's actually what I'm hoping this spot right here is. But yeah, Death Sentry is a really good skill. I personally love it a lot. And it is the waypoint. Sweet. Could go turn in some garbage. So Ormus, give me a ring. Thank you.
Good evening.
Sell that. Is the ring any good? It's not great. I can see a use for it. Probably going to have better by the time we get to the point of using it. But we'll stick it in there regardless. I'm just going to shove those in. We'll organize them later. Now we're going to have the fun part of dealing with... Oh... the underground of the Flare Village, which is going to be fun. After we get this part, I am going to go get some caffeine, though. My wagon, it be dragging. I wish I could order my minions to go somewhere. Because, you know, ducking around these corners feels always dangerous to me. Especially whenever you see fanaticism floating around on something. Fanaticism in hell difficulty can be kind of painful. We'll rejuve off of that. You'd rather kill Neelathak than Flare Jungle? Flare Dungeon? For the most part, same here. For the most part. I can't say always, because... yeah. There's some builds that can just trounce this place. Please let this be the stairs. It's not. This is just a bonus. Okay, corpse explosions, please. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Which way is it gonna be in here? I think it's gonna keep being down. Just a hunch. But yeah, if I do a pathfinding guide, by the way, I'll probably do it by act rather than just one big one. That way you can just go to the act that you need. Ow! You bastard, that hurt. No. Let's see. Blizzard? No. Blizzard's not bad down here, though. I'd rather have dual elemental. Ew, Lord. Cracking back. Back and cracking. Okay. Let's see. Got ghosts. Not exactly what I want to see right off the bat, but we can deal with it. We will probably corpse explode these. Yeah, he gave us a flawless diamond. Sweet. And yeah, we can cast our amp damage pretty much constantly and never run out of mana. Corpse Explosion, not quite as much, but... Oh, we've got 2 boss ones in here. Lovely. One's lightning enchanted, too. Kinda sucks. Let's see. This is going to be a little bit on the rougher end. So we've got Cold Enchanted, Teleportation Aura, and we've got something else. I can't tell what he is. Cold Enchanted, Fire Enchanted, Lightning. Oh, Triple Elemental Enchanted. Lovely. Get off of my face, please. You sack of booty. Ouch. That was unpleasant. So let's go ahead and get our corpses back up. But yeah, this was a bad opener to this floor. We're fine though. Everybody murder them, please. And they can't actually kill each other if we start reviving them, by the way, because they do physical damage. It's kind of sad. It's one reason I'm not reviving them right now. Healing potion, healing potion. And yes, we will go amp damage, thank you. Wasn't paying close enough attention to it, and it just should have been amp damaged. Yeah, our guys are just not attacking either. Because they're all stuck on this back side of the wall. So it's like slow as balls approach. There. Can you guys like all gang up on them? There you go. That's much better. Okay. Now that we've got that arduous bullshit out of the way, got Holy Fire little dude over there. That's not a problem. At least they're not physical immune, so we don't have to worry about that. Man, I like how this skeleton right there was just choosing not to do shit. He like looked at the enemy and just, nah, I don't feel like it. Just wandered the hell off. I was like, my dude, that's not cool. Sitting there just watching him, just like, are you gonna? No, you're not gonna attack. That's cool. Yeah, AI has not been improved. Oh, we're super poisoned. Fuck yeah. Bite me, game. Yeah, they can fix other stuff and they can mess with fucking immunity. But they can't fix super poison. The way I know it's super poison is I have positive poison resist and the poison is actually faster than a healing potion. That's usually a sign unless you're negative poison resist. There's those. And yes, we could actually use our Poison Nova. That's one of the reasons why I got it. But, eh. What can a Bonemancer do or thrive at compared to the Summoner? He is not requiring to have really bad AI choose his targets for him. So that's why he thrives. Whereas this little dude just doesn't. Let's go ahead and Poison Nova. Mercenary, can you come back here for a second, please? Thank you. Or not. Just keep running all the way over there and trying to get yourself killed, please. Okay, so we got full rejuve, we got healing potion. Thank you for running right into that, dumbass. Thank you. I hate mercenary AI, I really do. If they're gonna fix something, they should fix that. It's like he goes along fine, and then he just like Leroy Jenkins and just charges in there. It's one reason I don't like relying on them until I have late game gear, but unfortunately, you kind of have to. He's gonna do it again, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Thanks, numbnuts. Let's go ahead and get some revives going. Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on, Wahid. You done? No? Okay. It's fine. Just stand there right in front of it. Don't try to stab it or anything. That would be too much to ask. So let's try down here. Same problem. You know what? We're teleporting. I am sick of this shit. I am legitimately getting tired of that. We'll repair this whenever we get there, but yeah, he's getting irritating. So we're in the bottom left on this one, so I think this one is up here? No. Of course, Mercenary doesn't actually transport with us properly. Hey, dumbass. Dumbass, back here. Thank you. Nope, he's gonna die again. As we get further into hell difficulty, you will notice I get more and more upset at the Mercenary because he will just start dying. I get annoyed at just the fact that he has no idea of self-preservation. And that is probably the saltiest part about the game to me. Let's go ahead and dump these in there. Boop, boop, boop. Do we need... No, we don't need those. Boop. Go. Go. Thank you. It wasn't acknowledging I was control clicking. It's a little bit troublesome. And let's see. Trying to remember where it is in this particular layout. Probably top left then. Could have made the AI better on the nerves, that's for sure, yeah. Even just like some basic improvements to the AI. Just give me the same controls that we have in Titan Quest even, where it's just like attack, defend. Period. That's all I need. Just a way to tell him to not go charging into his death, and a way to tell him to indeed go charging into his death, even if it's all minions or none. I would be perfectly fine with it. Welcome back, Aaron. How's it going? Wahid, what the fuck? Bite me, Wahid. Why are you a dumb shit? I swear to God. There you go. Go kill it. Ouch. I shouldn't have gotten close. That was almost me being a dumb shit. So as far as what we've got in here, let's go ahead and get those. I don't think we have room for the battle hammer. We do not. There you go. Now we can get those identified and we can deal with that. Yes, he has life leech. He's just... Mercenaries are dumbasses. Do you ever use anyone besides the Act 2 mercenary? Yes, we have actually done a playthrough with every single mercenary in the game. At one point or another. Just because of that question. Plus 2 paladin skill levels, mana leech. Sure, we'll keep it. Why not? Good to see you. I wouldn't get annoyed at it, but he really does. He is Leroy Jenkins. The Act 2 Mercenary AI is Leroy Jenkins, and he's too dumb to even know how to open a door, so I don't know what to expect. I shouldn't have expected more. Let's see. We've got the brain and the eye. At least we've got the bad dungeons out of the way. The last bad dungeon is going to be the sewer, and then that's every bad dungeon we have for this character done. Everywhere else is not so bad. If we get Gloams on Rescue Anya in Hell difficulty, that's probably about the worst that we could have. And no, I haven't gone and repaired the staff. We'll do that eventually. It's not registering my clicks as much as I think it should. It kind of is ignoring me clicking on certain things. Like, I clicked on that chest 3 times. So... Shadow Bow, that could actually be okay-ish. Now I'm forgetting how many sockets I would need for it. You know what? I don't need it. I can get another one before it's a problem. Go ahead and get some more summons up. At least with the summon Necromancer, whenever he does Leroy Jenkins, he's usually Leroy Jenkins with a group of other things. And we ignored this path over here, because we'll just be passing that way. But I do generally want to keep the thorns at least through the act bosses. Whenever we get done with the act bosses, I'll switch it over to Might. Which means we'll be getting rid of Wahid. Or a little bit of it. This way, my fools. We must find the entrance to Lower Crest. And we're going to lose all of our revives along the way. Because that's how they do. Okay, so Golem, go up there first. Bait them out. So they choose their targets before Wahid gets up there. You'd love skeleton archers to be added over mages. That actually probably wouldn't be that bad. Like if you could have something that would convert them to it. So you could actually just focus in on the physical damage with amp damage and stuff. That would make life a little bit easier. Double axe is not going to be too amazing. We'll identify it though. Da 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 da. It's blade bone. I'm not even going to bother keeping it. We've seen it. We have the better low-level axe anyway. I'm not going to have enough room on my mules to keep everything. But it's there. Ouch. I don't know why it only picked up the one thing of gold. I've been noticing that lately that it's like it's not quite as good at picking up gold as it was before. And we have a Lower Crest chest thing right through the door. We have a campfire right there. Ta-da-da, campfire. It's only players 1, so it's not going to give us great drops, but hey, it could. Well, we got 2 jewels out of it, so I'm not upset. Check out the one over here. Nothing amazing. But we got 1 campfire. That's not a campfire. Murder all them, and let's see. Let's go ahead and identify these. Enhanced damage, lightning damage, and defense. That it's not good, but it's usable. Cloak of Shadows is kind of busted. What do you mean? Like busted bad, or like it's not working properly, or busted as in it's working as intended and it is broken as usual? The lockout on it, it basically, you can't recast it while there's one active by you. It's got one of the more weird cooldowns on it. But yeah, you cast it and you just can't cast it again for a while. Another overpowered skill in that same vein, if you are really into that, is over here in the curses thing. Do dim vision. You can actually hit things off the screen with that. Not necessarily problematic with it, but a little bit irritating. So do I want anything else in Lower Crest? I will keep an eye out for another campfire. I don't think I see one right now. Mind Blast is... It's very strong, Mind Blast is. It's a good skill, but I hate playing in parties where somebody is using it. Because, frankly, you're going to run into a situation where someone's trying to kill something and you convert it. And it solves both of them. Yeah, Mind Blast is good for that. Let's see. Stat-wise, we're up to 137. Could actually get that Monarch equipped now, if we wanted to. Conversions are irritating, but it does help if you're playing solo, because it lets you have a lot more control of the field. So, yeah, it's not the worst thing ever. Go away, you fools. I don't like the little hoppy voice. I really don't. Oh, this is another campfire. We got 2 of them on this. So, what are we going to open here? Probably garbage. Ooh, shark skin belt was actually not bad.
It's locked.
And a locked chest, because we don't have keys. And, oh yeah, we got a key in this one. Sweet. Those were not terrible chests. Let's go and open this one. Yeah, nothing too amazing out of them. Shark skin gloves aren't terrible. We can craft some stuff with those. Let's see, Golem up, get some revives going probably, if I can get it to scroll to where I want. There you go. And yes, I'm using the scroll wheel. I'm being lazy. Judge me. Feel free to. There is nothing wrong with being lazy in a game that you have played so many times. So let's see. Coronet, we could actually go and do a bit of the imbuing with. Get 1 dead. And then the rest go really quickly. So we need the waypoint here. Or we want the waypoint here. And then we should be good. Because this is going to be the temple that we want to go into. To get our 5 stat points. Technically, I would probably want to be around 78 by here. 77 to 78. Why not remap to other keys like WASD? Because I don't feel like it. I mean, you can. It does help with key efficiency. That's generally something I only really promote if you're going to be doing any kind of speed running or something like that. It's not really necessary for just casual play. There's a lot of stuff that's not necessary for casual play that's become like, oh, you don't do this, you are terrible. No, it's just I don't feel like being like super APM boy today. If I want to do that, I'll play StarCraft. Let's see. So we've got the waypoint. We've got the place we want to be up here. Do I really want to do the sewers? I'm going to do the sewers. And also, out of habit, I actually have EF and G to my left click. I usually don't have... Necromancer is the only class I have this many skills on my right click. Murder, death, destruction. These are the magic immunes, by the way, that you have to be careful of if you're doing well, any RTS, really, yeah. Let's go ahead and get some more bodies. Oh, wow, they're getting murdered. My guys are getting murdered, not the enemy. Give me more bodies. Let the bodies hit the floor. War Javelin could be okay, but we got Lamb Essam's Tome, and we can't pick it up because we don't have room yet. That's garbage. Lamb Essam's Tome is not. So let's go turn that in. We'll go into the sewers, and then we'll just continue on through Act 3. I mean, we've done pretty much, I would say, about an act every hour and a half. Which isn't great, but it's not terrible. We're just kind of chilling through it. So let's see. Do I want to try imbuing one of the... I'll imbue this coronet. I'll just go ahead and do it. Is it going to give me the best things? No. But it'll work.
Once the book has served its purpose, I shall delve into its secrets.
Diablo soon. Yeah, once we get past Act 3, things tend to get a little bit smoother. And actually, I'm going to hold off on imbuing that. I don't want to waste it just yet. So let's go ahead and just toss those in. We'll organize those later. Same for those. Okay, into the sewers we go. We'll definitely get Mephisto. I keep saying I'm going to go get caffeine, and I keep not. And I just remembered what I was going to do before coming down here. We'll take that town portal, but I need to repair my teleport staff. Because I don't want to linger in this place for too long either. Hey, Rotley. Most of my money. It's not really that much money. We don't have a lot of faster casts with our teleport staff, so it is a little bit sluggish, so we do have to be a little bit careful. Or we're just going to get aced down here. I might as well open it while I'm here. And one thing that could really threaten us is the little explodey boys. We're down to 7 teleports left. I need to probably be using this a little bit smarter, but we've basically covered half the floor on this. Maybe I should do more walking? Possibly. Okay, yep, this is the right spot. Let's go ahead and swap over to this. It was just the right amount. Okay, I think our mercenary can handle that. And no, that's not a good crown. Where is the... There's the big guy. I want him. Get him! Go, Flyers! Grab him! Where is he at? Did he... No, he's still there. Get him! I will teleport over to your ass. He's gonna die over the water, unfortunately. Come on, Chingus McDingus. Full rejuve and an emerald. I'll take the emerald. Is it better to use amp damage and thorns or Iron Maiden thorns? Amp damage and thorns. Like 99% of the situations you'll be in, amp damage and thorns. There are fringe cases where that's not true, but they are fringe for a reason.
Hello.
Let's see. And yes, we will go repair that. There are tricks you can do with Iron Maiden, but yeah, most of the time Iron Maiden is absolutely terrible outside of normal. Not only for bosses, but that's the most common use. It can be useful against, like, large packs of melee enemies, but... eh. Okay. But generally speaking, the main reason we have thorns going on right now is for act bosses, so come here, we're going to lose that because we're doing the cheese, in case anybody's curious. We are doing the cheese. All the cheese. Because this is a queso emergency. And we're going to lose a lot of minions along the way, but it's fine. That's not what we want. We wanted the stairs in the middle. Okay, and now we're going to switch back to sword and stuff like that. Refresh our group here. And yes, we do have Poison Nova. I'm just not using it very often because I'm being lazy. Okay, give me more bodies. And yes, we could clear these things out for level 85 drops. Cheese would be sorceress teleporting me to each section. Well, Cheese as far as doing this semi-solo. I say semi-solo. This is on Battle.net. So I can go and, like, trade, and I have ground with people, but... Bye, Hierophant. Okay, time for more teleport, if I can actually get it to... There we go. Okay. Am I finishing Hell Mode tonight? I'm gonna try. Depends on how we're looking on time. We still have a good amount of time before I have to ditch out. Ow, Jesus Christ. Nope, 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 nope. Ow. All of you stay over there and fight, please. Thank you. I want nothing to do with any of you. There we go. We got Khalim's Flail. We got a Grand Charm. We got things dying. Here's some poison for you guys. Enjoy it. My poison is stronger than my minion's poison, so it will override it. There you go. If we had lower resist, I'd use that too. But we do not. Because I am, of course, being lazy and focusing on other things.
Temple's dark power is broken.
Okay. Nice to see you again, Derek, by the way. What's a good spot to grind for XP in normal before Diablo? What level should you be at before fighting Diablo? Usually in your 30s. Or 30-ish is where I would say for, like, just going through at a steady pace for Diablo. So let's see. We can make all the stuff and we can smash the crap out of this real quick. Did that just... No, it didn't kill them. I saw the explosion over there and I was like, Iron Maiden only... Let's see. Thorns is damage reflected on melee hit. Yes. Paladin's aura is best because it's bigger percentage. Yep. And it's only on melee hit, by the way. Got to Arcane Sanctuary, Act 2 normal. Have strength for your prayer mercenary once he's level 25. Cool. Yeah, you definitely... Level 25 is a really good kind of goal, by the way. Because that's whenever the like low-level XP penalty goes away. Oh yeah, I forgot the Grand Charm. Thank you for reminding me. Watch it be a skiller. I'll be like extra thankful. Back to what we were doing. Skelly Bro. More Skelly Bros just for distractions. And we will identify it in just a second. Watch us beat the stairs down. It is! Thank you, game. That was so kind of you. It's 1 to 2 cold damage. No, I could re-roll that, but meh. Meh. We're not quite up to flush with P-gems and our other gear to actually justify re-rolling yet. And yes, those are our Hydras. Because we have friends. How much do I allocate to strength per level? It depends on the build I'm going for and when I do it. I'm a bit neurotic, so I always do 5s. Even if it's inefficient, I like having my base number be a multiple of 5. I'm sorry, that pisses a lot of people off, but it's how I roll. And yes, we've lost our Hydries. We have one person left doing Hydras. Yeah, strength is only needed for gear. And I am perfectly fine with using it just for gear. There are some like weird builds that you can do that can go super high strength, but nope, 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 nope. Okay, go away. Go away, you heathens. Be gone, thought. There you go. Yeah, it bothers me to have like random numbers for stats. I know a lot of people will do like 112 and stuff like that. I'm like, nah. Has to be a pretty number, damn it. You're struggling on hell? I'm sorry. What's my build so far? I'm doing a summoner. This is not the build I usually recommend for going through hell, by the way. I would recommend a bone necro for going through hell. But I am max summon skeletons. I've got most of my points into Skeleton Master. I've got 1 point in the rest of this. I'm working on poison right now, but I'm just not using it because I can't be arsed. But I should be putting the points into more summon. I should be maxing out summons. In fact, I might, because I'm not using the poison. I was like, oh, I'll lean a little bit into my lazy bones, and I was like, I'm being double lazy, so. Hey, minions. Let them through the door, please. Or not. It's fine. If you swap to Bonemancer in your mid-20s, should I just put a point in Teeth and then max Bone Spear? Or is it worth putting points? You should max it. If you are swapping to it, you should max Bone Spear first. And then go for the synergies. Normally, if I'm switching to Bonemancer late, Teeth gets almost nothing. I know some people love Teeth, and Teeth is good early on. It's great shotgun damage. But it's just... later on, it's not going to do anything for you. We do have a video of killing Hell Bale with it, though. You should never put extra points into actual bone armor. You should put 1 point into it. All the rest of your points should be in bone wall or bone prison. Because the actual points into bone armor are absolutely worthless, comparatively. Shotgun damage means you are doing a cone of fire. You are hitting everything in a cone in front of you, like you're firing a shotgun. Yeah, it's directional AoE is probably a really good way to say it. But we are going to probably be spending forever on Durance level 2 because I want the waypoint. Yeah, for Bonemancer, it's pretty much I will strictly go Bone Spear, then I'll usually go all the way into either Bone Wall or Bone Prison, depending on what I'm feeling like. And then I'll go into Bone Spirit, then I'll go into the other Bone Wall or Bone Prison. Sometimes I'll even do the other Bone Wall or Bone Prison before I do Spirit. Where is our mercenary at? Is he... Oh, yeah, he's down there. That's why these things are taking so long. Die! And also because I'm not using Corpse Explosion. Hi, biscuits. I hate these little things. They are some of the worst enemies in the game. But yeah, if you have plus skill gear, it's... Yeah. Also, that build does really well with the Necro Bone armor. The actual armor, it uses 2 runes, but basically it'll make you pretty much immortal to physical damage. No, Teeth is unique in its stupidity in regards to that. Teeth is one of the few shotgun skills that only one tooth can hit a target. I know it's stupid, but... Sorry, it is one of those things. One tooth, one enemy, yep. But it's good for taking out crowds of small enemies. Like, as you're going through Act 3 normal, it can actually be okay. Generally, I'll have Bone Spear, though. Bone Spear is just better AoE. That's not going to be it. What 3 runes make a low rune? That might actually be at the point where you need gems and 2 runes. I have not crafted a low rune in a very, very long time. And yeah, that is why Teeth is a 1-pointer if you're swapping late. Because you're not going to be using it. You want to actually put the points into the skills that you'll be using that are synergies first, and then you'll dump into the other things. That was a nice explosion. Let's go ahead and let's get some revives out of that. I'm really, really just wanting that waypoint. Hammers go burr, yeah. There's a few places where hammers don't go burr, but for the most part, yeah, they just go burr. Like, Maggot Layer's terrible for Hammerdens.
I need a key.
Said it's 2 for a low. I would have to look it up to be sure. Just glad it's back. I wish it didn't have to launch under so much controversy, but beyond that, yeah, I am glad it's back up and modernized now. So now that we've got that one, we are going to teleport around a little bit. Just looking for the stairs, which we found right here. And we're going to cheese this just a little bit. There you go, Mephisto, eat that. Easy mode Mephisto. Do bone monsters have any immunity issues between their bone spells and corpse explosion? Not really. Most of the things you're going to run into that have immunity to magic, you'll be able to have enemies around them that you can murder with other things. I want that scimitar. Nothing else good there. Let's go, of course, pop that. Oh, we don't have any keys. No, we're going to have to leave it behind. I'm so sad. But that's Mephisto down. He was so terribly difficult. We need to back off a little bit on that or we're going to get Hydra'd. Yeah. Your mid runes, you generally only need 2 runes and a gem to craft up. So let us get identified. Hi, Deckard. Now's the part where we really do have to deal with gloams, unfortunately. That's resists. We'll keep that. This is a really good low-level sword, by the way. Once you find one, just keep it in your shared stash or on a mule, and you will want to use it at low levels. It's just a good one to keep a copy of. You have a level 80 source in Hell and not even in Hell Act 3, but you magic find in Ancient Tunnels anyway. Yeah, that's not an uncommon thing. A lot of people don't actually finish Hell difficulty before they start doing magic find. That's actually a garbage belt. And I'll worry about organizing that later. Are we looking on potions? Not too bad. Let's actually pull these out for organization's sake. But yeah, Ancient Tunnel farming is pretty good. The pits in Act 1 is pretty good. You can farm some decent places before ever beating Hell. Another thing that some people do is they'll go into games where like Diablo's already been beaten and stuff like that and go fight him. As in the person who made the game had already beaten him once. How are we looking on strength? 142. But we are level 73. Generally, I aim to beat Hell by level 87. If that tells you about where we're at right now. So let's see. What do we have outside the gate? Probably pain. No. We have a mama. We have a flesh mother. Feral Axe. It's 3 socket. We could actually do something with that, but I don't plan on it. I don't plan on wasting runes on stuff like that this early. Because I'm not going to use it for that many builds. That's one thing that you do want to consider early on. Is like, oh, I'm making this awesome piece of equipment for this particular build that I'm doing right now. Try and make the things that you can use for multiple builds first. It will make your life a lot easier. Cow level time? Maybe. Okay, so we have a decent amount of things just chewing on these things. Act 4, as long as... We could get lucky and no gloam the next area. I say we could. We're probably not gonna. You all know how my luck with this stuff goes. I very likely will not get the no gloam luck. And if I get the no gloam luck here, I'm going to have 95 packs of glooms in Act 5. You feel it's easier to level in Resurrected? No. It's actually about the same for me. Of course, I'm used to playing single player, so... Yeah, keep amp damaging me. That's not going to help you guys at all. Makes you die faster. Because Thorns works with that. You're doing more damage to me, I'm doing more damage back to you. So, yeah. Yeah, I needed to summon more, but it was just mowing through these things. Uh, 15 years of knowledge. Yeah, stealth. Spirit broadsword's fine too. Just a spirit in general is good, and insight is going to be useful in a lot of builds. If you happen to somehow get the runes for it, and infinity is good for on a lot of builds. You have lore helmets are good. And then you can start moving into like melee weapons. Like Grief is really good to make early. Crescent Moon, Lawbringer for like your melee characters. If you're looking to make some melee characters, those are all really good starting ones. Malice is a good one for like super low level stuff, getting through normal. If you don't have people to rush you and stuff like that. Thorn's Merc, I would not say it's better than Might Mercenary for Summoner. I would say it's better for getting through the act bosses for the Summoner. I just don't feel like swapping Mercenary a whole lot. For going through areas like this, Might will be better. For going through Diablo himself, Thorns. Because he'll punch something, do 4 times damage, and totally wreck his own life. He'll be like, why do I hurt myself? He'll be singing the Johnny Cash cover of a 9 Inch Nails song. I hurt myself today. It'd be nice to have friends there in Hell as well. There's a lot of people in Hell already. One of the servers that a viewer invited me to, most of the people there are already in Hell doing farming and stuff like that, Ubers and all that kind of thing. I'm like, wow, you guys are ahead of me. Probably because I didn't get to play most of the weekend. For reasons. I was looking for that to be possibly 4-socket, if you guys are wondering why I picked it up. But yeah, I usually just go Thorns just so I can have an easier time with the bosses. If you are looking for efficiency in areas like this, definitely go Might. You're in Hell every day. Oh, so you live in the United States too? No, just kidding. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't. No political conversations. I will leave that one alone. You're as hell and well farming D keys and consider yourself behind. Well, that's because people like Llama and them rushed Hell difficulty to get their videos out for first Uber kill and all that stuff, and I don't blame them. It's perfectly fine. That is what they are known for. I'll help new players, and I will also be playing other games in addition to Diablo 2. Diablo 2 is not the only thing in my life. I have an art channel, for God's sake. Go subscribe to it if you like art. Don't just subscribe to it because it's my art channel. That would be extremely stupid because it would ruin my click-through rate and actually make the channel tank. For those wondering about behind-the-scenes YouTube information, you generally don't want people from uninterested channels subscribing to your channel just because of who you are. Because it actually does make it harder to grow the second channel. That's why a lot of like creators have started doing secret launches of their side channels instead of public launches of them. So, yay! So the only ones I have are ones that I don't really care about the analytics behind. We have an Ethereal Battle Scythe. Woo. If it was 4-socket, that'd be awesome. But it's not. Because I wouldn't mind having more than one insight. I can transfer them between characters. It's not a big deal, but... And yes, I do use Corpse Explosion. As much as I talk crap about it, it's not a bad skill. It's just, I usually don't like swapping all my skills around and juggling crap. I am debating what I want to do for the next character, though. I know in Last Epic we're going to be playing a Necromancer because I have an idea for a build I want to do in that. And no, I haven't actually played through Last Epic. I just have seen the skills and stuff. If you have good enough RNG for high runes, you'll be ahead of most people, yeah. Or if you just have a whole pack of 8 people going through the entirety of the game at one time, you can actually get ahead of a lot of people. That's generally what you see for ladder racing as well. Is you actually have teams that will go through it, and they focus in on getting certain people to level 99 ASAP. Like, they'll have people making games ahead of time, so they spend less time in between games. They'll have these people in the other games actually going in, setting it up so that they can immediately go to the highest XP areas, such as getting to the Bale Waves and just waiting for them to come in, and then giving them a TP straight to it. There's strategy to it. There is planning and group stuff to the top of the ladder. So, and I think a lot of people don't realize that. I think they think, oh, you're just playing 24/7. No, there's actual strategy people go through to plan it out. Amplified damage does indeed make thorns do more damage, because it's only physical damage is affected by thorns, and it only reflects back physical damage. So it basically lowers the enemy physical resistance, making that physical damage do more. That's why it's better than better than Iron Maiden. There we go. Where are you? There we are. That's why it's better than Iron Maiden for that. Hey, it's our stairs. Sweet. Now we get to find out if we are going to be cussing for the next 20 minutes or whether we're going to be happy for the next 20 minutes. I think I'm gonna... I know that I've been going towards poison. I think I'm actually going to invest the Iswal points into better skeletons. So far, not so bad. Let's go ahead and we will teleport... there? And yeah, it is kind of like leaving them behind randomly. So we've got Venom Lords and we've got Flesh Mothers. So the third one could either be Finger Mages or it could be Gloams. So that's a good sign. You wish Iron Golem gave Thorn's Aura to everyone? Yeah, that would be nice. That'd be more in line with Fire Golem. And I am putting off stepping out there. Ah, it's Gloams. Fight me, game. I hate Gloams. They hate me. It's a mutual level of disrespect here. Does it take longer to craft runes or to find them while farming? It takes longer to craft them. Like, going through the middle runes, it's not so bad. Whenever you start hitting, like, Zods and stuff like that, you're talking millions and billions of, like, Ela runes. So you're better off just farming them. And also I forget which patch it was, but they increased the drop rate of runes. And the question is, do we want to go through here slowly and get Iswal, or do we want to just teleport to the next area and ignore that this place exists? Because all it takes is a pack of these focusing me, and I'm dead. Even with 52% lightning resist. That's why you may notice I'm actually kind of hanging around these kind of things that can block the shots, as well as around the edge of the map, so I'm less likely to encounter random annoyances. And I'm trying not to revive any of these Burning Souls, because I can't tell their lightning different from mine. Kind of wish they had red lightning if they were the enemy and just white lightning if they were mine. But a good place to find runes if you're like really desperate for them is cows. Because every rune can drop in there. And that is a boss gloam. Lovely. Thankfully they're immune to lightning, not to physical. Okay, so they're all dead. I think we did actually revive a gloam. Yeah, we have a revived gloam. You can grind Countess for many, many hours, but she'll only get you up so high. Oh, see, that's what I was talking about. Like, they will ambush me and completely waste me. We actually got low rolls on that. That was actually in our favor there. Give me that, please. Thank you. Okay. We have one lightning guy on our side. He'll eventually die off. Trying not... Hey, there's Iswal. Sweet. I am good with this pairing. So now we can get Iswal and we can get to the door and get away from this place and not have to worry about glooms for another act. Full rejuve. We'll grab the Flawless Ruby. He's gonna... Yeah. We want to be away from him. Countess and Nightmare can drop up to Io or Lumrune. Hell, Countess can drop pretty high, but not all the runes. Yeah, you can't drop all the runes from Countess. I forget what the actual limits on them are in Nightmare and Hell. I usually don't farm her for much higher than, like, maybe if I'm really desperate, an rune in Hell difficulty. Because the bell curve, like the peak of the curve, regardless of what difficulty you're on, is Tal rune, and it drops off on either side from there. So you're going to be struggling to get super high runes on her regardless. So let's go ahead and get some more revives. I think this is the stairs on our right. Is it? Nope, it's just, it's a decoration. Great. Fight me game. Oh, lordy. Let's throw those in there. Get them out of the way. That's going to be more crafting jewels. Hey, Glooms. I really don't want any of you. There we go. Making sure we flush any Glooms out. I hate those. They're technically will-o-wisps, for those of you curious. You can get a good amount of help and Dole runes in Nightmare, but it can take a couple hours, yeah. Yeah, you can get the basic runes you need for a lot of, like, the core rune words from Countess. It's just getting the high-end rune words you're going to be struggling a little bit with. That's when lower Cuirass runes and cow runs come in. Lower Cuirass, you have to basically, if you're doing it online, you have to be a teleport sorceress with fairly decent resists. Because what you do is you go into 8-player XP games, and while they're working on their way down to Bale, you're usually hopping in and hopping through lower Cuirass. And just zipping along it. And then you join them on their XP run. But it's randomized map, so you may get 1, you may get 2, you may just die along the way. It's a thing. So let's see. I'm gonna use their corpses for skeletons because, you know, ghosts have skeletons. Get them, my boys. Get them. What are you focusing on? Seriously. Oh, I see what they're focusing on. They found a door and they're all getting piled in on it. That's what they're focusing on. But yeah, with this area with the bone necro is actually easier because you can use the bone walls to bait them. The way bone wall works is it'll actually aggro things from a much, much larger range than you normally would. So you start pulling in all the gloams from around it, and they'll shoot lightning at it, and then they'll come in and melee it, which will make it really easy to spot them and focus them down. Nope, 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 nope. Hide behind pillar. Mercenary, don't die. Get some revives going in there. Get some more skellies. There we go. I'm on BattleNet, but yes, I am playing solo. And we got a chipped ruby there. That's not exactly worth what this is. Whatever the horse monkey this crap is. Ouch. He tried shooting me through a no entry zone. Which is fine. So let's get some of these big boys. Oh, we got 2 gloams out of it. No. Wahid, don't die. I don't mind if the golem dies. The golem is just, it's easily brought back. But the rest of this can be a little bit of a pain. Do you ever quest with a full team or easier to get loot solo? Generally, it's going to be easier to get loot solo unless you have a team you really trust. And by really trust, I mean... Oh, ouch! Ouch! Jesus, motherfuckers, stop! Thank you. But, yeah. This is why I hate fucking gloams. They actually will hit you from off-screen. Sorry, I'm trying to concentrate for just a second. I'll tell you guys in just a little bit. I will read chat. Because this place hurts. Yellow aura is thorns. You never considered how every monster has a humanoid skeleton when summoned by a necro? Do you ever do a quest with a full team, or is it easier to get loot solo? It's easier to get loot solo if you know what you're doing. And there are some advantages to running with a group. Like, you can have higher drop rates off of normal stuff. Like, if you're farming cows for runes, then yeah, it's a lot easier to get good runes with a group. But if you're farming, like, act bosses, if you're running tunnels or something like that, it's better to be solo. Because bosses will drop an item regardless. And yes, the yellow aura is indeed thorns. And I am out of regular healing potions. Let's go and get that in there. So speaking of bosses, I wouldn't mind a boss pack of like flesh spawners or something right now. Get me some healing potions off of that. More strength, because we're trying to get up to spirit strength. And I'm going to go ahead and put the point in there. I could go back to town and get my other 2 stat points if I wanted to. You're trying to farm runes specifically? Cow level's not bad for it. If you can run it quickly, Chaos Sanctuary is really good for runes too, because you've got a lot of finger mages. And finger mages drop like ghosts, where it's junk drops, which it may be called junk drops, but that's things like jewels, charms, runes, stuff like that. So they have a higher tendency to drop those. So let's go ahead and grab this. Yay, Flawless Skull. Oh, and we need that healing potion. Yay, we've got 1. But here we don't have to worry about gloams. So I'm happy. I am content with this location. That, and I actually really like the look of finger mages. They should have just patched D2. They should have just patched D2. It doesn't make sense to you. Why? This is more than just a simple patch. And sure, modders will come along and actually upgrade the original D2 to having a lot of the features from this. And a lot of the mods actually already had the features in this. But And they'll even, like, possibly get the graphics over the top of it. Yeah, why do that when you can buy the game for $40? They had an entire studio working on recreating the assets, so chances are they wanted people to pay for them redoing all the assets from scratch. Because despite what it may seem like, a large part of the cost of making a game isn't necessarily making the code. The code is expensive, especially whenever it's like a massive, massive game. But the art assets, the music, the writing, all of that contributes to a large portion of this. Get them with your lasers! Thank you. It looks like we are back up to full on the healing potions. Sweet. Unfortunately, our little laser dudes do not do a lot of damage, but they fly, so they're awesome and they look cool. Blizzard is a business in the end. And considering how things are going, speak with your wallet. Let's get some of these guys. These guys are actually really good. The Abyss Knights are fairly tough little nuggets. So we'll get these going. We have a couple more over here. The Abyss Knights are probably the best revives we have here, because they're a nice mix of ranged and melee. They do a decent amount of damage. I actually prefer them over... If I could revive the Oblivion Knights, I would still rather revive Abyss Knights. Did you just get back into G2, or did you stay playing on PC? You got back into it and it was worth every penny. I have played Diablo 2 for way too many years. We've covered it on the channel since 2016. No. We started playing it in 2015. We released the first return to Diablo 2 in 2016. We did... I've played it a few times before that. I played it during the beta, for a long time during release. Quit for a while, came back for a while, and then started recording it for the channel for a while. This is not the longest period of time I've spent doing Diablo 2, so yes, I did play longer than 5 years at the very beginning. But yeah. And we're still getting okay experience here. We're not moving super fast because we are underpowered. Eat my poison. Does not a ton of damage. And yeah, we're just looking for the stairs down. The waypoint is always by them. It's been one of your all-time favorites. Right now, I think it's a really good balance. It has a lot of replayability, and I love the itemization. Is it my favorite game of all time? No. It is a game that I can consistently play over and over again and enjoy. So that's kind of my stance on it. I think my favorite game of all time would still be Final Fantasy VI. Probably, as far as action RPGs go, Last Epoch is looking really promising. There's a few games that are actually looking promising. Have a good run, King Brat, and hopefully you find all the runes and uniques you are looking for. But you better not find any of those set items. Let's see. I'm going to try and get some more minions up, because they're not really wanting to fight anything that they can physically reach. This is one of the best looking remasters in terms of increasing the technical fidelity, yet retaining the old look. Demon Souls remake probably tops it, though, yeah. I don't have a PlayStation 5, so there's no way I'd be able to actually look at the new Demon Souls. I do have the old Demon Souls on PlayStation 3, though. But Yeah, I don't have a PlayStation 5. If Sony wants to send me a PlayStation 5, I'll totally play Demon's Souls on it. Didn't give this game to the same. For those wondering, Warcraft 3 Reforged. Let's talk on that for a minute. Warcraft 3 Reforged was made by an in-house team at Blizzard. Most of that team doesn't even work for Blizzard anymore because they were part of all the layoffs. I'm glad that Vicarious Visions got put on this as well. I probably would not have gotten it if it wasn't Vicarious Visions. Because me and Blizzard are not necessarily on the nicest terms right now. Blizzard is not my favorite company. It hasn't been for a long time. Blizzard North was amazing. And I followed the people who were part of that team for quite a while. After they were unceremoniously removed from Blizzard. Oh, we got one guy with that. There's one corpse. Let's go ahead and get... Oh, he ate it! You shit biscuit. Give me my corpses so I have some range. Thank you. I need at least some bodies out here so I can actually fight these things. Been a fan of videos for a while and happy to finally catch one of the streams, especially Diablo 2 Resurrected. I am glad to see you here. How are you doing, Delaney? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I have heard it pronounced 2 different ways. So, I'm sorry if I pronounced it the wrong one of the 2. I have worked some weird places, so yeah. I have heard some odd pronunciations of things, and I'm never sure which one's right. But hopefully the day is going well for you. Let's see. Where the hell are our stairs? I mean, we're getting levels. It's not necessarily the ideal method, but we're getting levels. But we've covered most of this area. What I want is the waypoint so I can go back and get my 2 skill points and we can max out the Skeleton Master Ra. And actually be kind of content with that. We could respec into Pure Summon if we want to. Not too terribly opposed to that either. Ooh, Grand Charm. We'll deal with the Vampire Bone Gloves in Uno Momento. 33 life. Not really interested in that. I know it's a decent amount of life for the size of the charm, but you can get more on small charms. Rather have it with skills. Hopefully the videos have been helpful. There we go. Corpse Explosion. It helps. Now we just need Diablo Hellfire Remastered. I highly doubt we're actually going to see that, unfortunately. I would actually like to see a Diablo 1 remake by Vicarious Visions, not by Modern Blizzard. Cut Vicarious Visions loose and give them access to the Diablo franchise. They'll do better with it than Blizzard does. And I wouldn't feel guilty about buying from Vicarious Visions directly if they were able to be separated. Believe it or not, yes, I do. I do feel guilty spending money on Blizzard stuff. That's why I don't play a lot of the other games, but this game, I've kind of built my channel on the classic one, so I kind of have to cover it. And I enjoy it. So it's kind of like a moral quandary going on there. I do intend to cover vanilla Diablo 1, by the way. Like the OG Diablo. It was right here all the entire time. You dirty rats. Give me that. Thank you. Yay! Level 25 skeletons. That's going to go in there. Getting a little full on the gems. Got a decent number of crafting jewels. Talrune goes there. This goes there. And yeah, I'll worry about organizing these later. I had them organized, as you can tell over there. We had it going for a while. So do I want to bother with the Hellforge quest? Probably. It's not going to be too bad to do. Okay, so after we get Diablo done, I am going to have to get caffeine. I am dragging the wagon. I am failing to ford the river, to speak an Oregon trail. I'm not going to die of dysentery today, but one of these days we might. Oh yeah, the bigger storage is great. I like the bigger storage as well. So let's see. I'm going to keep going to the right and pretend that it's not down there, because if it's down there, we can just go to the waypoint and go straight to it. Now all we need is stackable runes and gems. Yes, please. And let me stack every type. I would love to be able to stack my chipped gems. Now, let's see. Diablo 4 better be good, because Diablo 3 is garbage, but even if 4 is good, I don't think you'll ever beat Diablo 2. I'm still up on the fence about whether I'll get Diablo 4. As it stands right now, if things don't improve, I probably wouldn't even cover it if they sent it to me for free. If things improve, I would consider doing press coverage of it. But right now, there's so many good competitors out there. That's like, do I need to have brand loyalty to Diablo specifically to get a good action RPG? God, no. I really don't. There's Last Epic. There's Grim Dawn. There's freaking, my brain is farting. There's grindy ones that are halfway decent. There's non-grindy ones that are halfway decent. Wolcen is better than Diablo 3, in my opinion, which is saying something sad. Yeah, let's see. Play any Grim Dawn? I have done a playthrough of it. I'm not good at it. I haven't done enough, like, deep dive on it to actually do guides or anything like that, but Grim Dawn, yes. Path of Exile. Path of Exile is a great game that requires too much time to get into. That's my opinion on Path of Exile. I take it you're playing on a console, Kyle. Because I've been hearing that the loading screens on console have been atrocious. And we're going to let these things just murder themselves by smacking my minions. Here's number 2, Possess. We can't actually do anything about. Go ahead and show that. See, there's so much crazy shit late game, and in terms of growing your account, in Grim Dawn agreed on PoE. Yeah, Grim Dawn, they've actually made some quality of life improvements since I played it last, so I'm really eager to play it a bit. So yeah, it's definitely high on my list to go back to. My game's on an SSD, so that could actually potentially be it. Because my loading screens have not been terrible. They've not been great, but they've not been the worst things ever. They're not the end of the world kind of terrible. I have various reasons for disliking Diablo 3, but Diablo 3 is also just, it's arcadey action RPG. It's one of those where it's like, I see why people like it. It's the same reason people like Hearthstone. Hearthstone is not a terrible game, it's just, it's an arcadey CCG. Best farming character besides Hammerden and Sorceress. Depends on where you want to farm. Where do you want to farm at? Because Hammerden and Sorceress are usually recommended because they're just good generic farmers. You can build farmers around specific areas. Usually the most popular number 3 is a Pit Zerker, or sometimes called a Pindle Zerker. It's basically a Berserk Barbarian with a really strong one-handed hit, and then they hork the corpses. Hearthstone is just a CCG. All CCGs are technically pay to win. Even if they're free to like initially get into, they're pay to win because you have to buy the packs. But they can farm unique boss packs around the whole game, then probably the Pit Zerker. Barbarian Berserker, you use usually Grief. Chaos Sanctuary is a little bit different. Chaos Sanctuary is going to be a pain in the butt for most characters. You can do it with a Pit Zerker, but it's not really recommended. Chaos Sanctuary is more for farming all the enemies in it. It's a level 85 spawn area, but thing is, you have... Yeah, there's reasons why people... Chaos Sanctuary is a really good farming place, but it's a very specific farming place. Imagine buying non-cardboard to resell. You can't. What's bad is you can't even resell the cards. Best way to get gold? Travancore. Kill the council. Kill them quickly. Wind Druid is pretty good. He can't go to all the areas. He's pretty much limited like the Cold Sorceress in that regard, so he does have some limitations, but... Wow, he's literally gotten to a point where just one thing can hit him. Okay, we're moving on. That guy can enjoy his life. We're about to lose our golem. Let's go ahead and get a new one. Wind Druid is pretty solid, though, but Wind Druid is physical and cold, so you do have a little bit more flexibility than the Cold Source, but you also don't have the ability to punch through resist quite as easily. It's got nice AoE. Ancient Tunnels aren't bad with it. Pretty much just want to avoid areas with physical immunes, which isn't too many farming spots. I mean, I have farmed Chaos Sanctuary with the Wind Druid, because it's mostly lightning and cold. A little bit of fire in there. There's very little physical resistance. I have Corpse Explosion. I'm not running it as a main thing. I'm just using it whenever I am not paying attention to chat. Like right here, I'm just mass clicking Corpse Explosion. But yes, I have Corpse Explosion. And yes, Corpse Explosion is a good skill. With the Wind Druid, you're mostly going to be using a Holy Freeze Mercenary. You're going to be using Insight. You're going to slow things down, and you're going to then just tornado them to death. But there isn't a single, like, normal build of Necromancer that doesn't have at least a point in Corpse Explosion. Were there any Diablo 3 auction house millionaires before they took down the real money version? There were companies built around harvesting and selling stuff on there in Southeast Asia. Biggest problem with Diablo 3 is that it is only enjoyable for a short while. Builds rely too much on... for me, Diablo 3, I can't get invested in my characters in it. It's like, oh, you have a max level barbarian, you now have access to every barbarian build you could ever want. Do I have builds specifically on Magic Find characters? Not really. I do have some on the way. but I generally focus in on budget builds and stuff like that and things accessible to new players. Most of the builds I mention on the channel can be used to magic find, though. Because the reality is, there's a lot of people who are like, I need 700% magic find. This build goes in with 900% magic find. Most people don't realize that 700% magic find character does not actually have that much better of a chance of finding a unique than a 200% magic find character. Let's go ahead and get some revives going here because we're probably going to need them because I have a feeling we're actually at the... Yeah, I think I heard it. I think we're at Hephasto. Where is he hiding at? You remember when Diablo 2 was not rune-based? Yeah. Technically, if you want to get real specific on it, Diablo 2 is definitely based around runes right now, but the like best in slot kind of stuff is going to be your oh, mercenary, please do not be a dumbass, please, for the love of God. Mercenary Yahid, fuck off of him, thank you. Yeah, Wahid is trying to get himself killed again. Okay, so that's all the corpse explosion we can get on him. It's just a matter of getting all the nonsense on him. There he goes. Yay! Ooh, and we got a rare Sawaya off of that, too. Okay. Let's go ahead and show that one. I need to open up the chat on my phone so I can actually just do it there. Bloop. You had a higher level player give you a bunch of powerful crap in the first week of Diablo 3, thereby ruining the game for you. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's kind of like, eh. They ruined your boy Necromancer in Diablo. The Diablo 3 Necromancer honestly didn't bother me too much. He was just very arcadey. Removal of the skill tree makes creating new characters pointless apart from seasons. Yep. I don't see any reason to play seasons in that unless I'm farming for something very specific. It's like, why bother? And go, minions, go! Stop focusing in on the one morphine that you're having. Jesus. Gotta love minions. There you go. Thank you. 2, 3. A topaz, and let's see what rune we have in just a minute. It is an Io rune. We could actually make a white now. You wish that the mercenary would wear a shield? Sometimes you pop in for the seasonal set when then you dip. Yeah. I would recommend high DPS, lower MF. Generally speaking, if you have at least 250% magic find, you're getting good enough magic find to find most of the things in the game relatively quickly. Because it's a diminishing return. It takes very little to get to 3 times unique drops. It takes hundreds of magic find to get to... Actually, no, it takes very little magic find to get 2 times unique drops and a whole ton to get to like 3 times. Because there's a point where you can actually add a magic find small charm and it won't even increase your chance of getting a unique by 1%.
What do you need?
So, I need to actually make that video fairly soon. Because I have a video planned where I'm going to go over like the magic find trap. And basically... The reality is, magic find, while nice, is not necessary. Some of the most important things you're going to get are on this one page right here, or from crafting. $150 to $300 is your sweet spot, yeah. I usually go for $250 because it's a nice number for me to aim for. There's some people who swear by less, some people swear by more. I just find 250 be that like nice point where you're not really getting slowed down at all. Glad it turned out well so you can finally get your Diablo fix. Yeah. Let's go ahead and trade this. Bloop and bloop. But yeah, 250 is the sweet spot to me. There's people who will argue for different amounts. Generally, as long as they're not saying above 500-ish, they at least know a little bit about what they're talking about. Once you start hearing people do like 1200% magic find, 700% magic find, then it's more like these people just like big numbers and they want to sensationalize it. So, yeah. They're just trying to get clicks with that. Which reminds me, I should name that one something about like 1200% magic find is absolute garbage. Because you're usually slowing yourself down way too much to get it. There we go. There's the corpse explosions on them. Let's go ahead and get some more bodies. And we will revive... We'll revive the flying boys. And some of the little, like, worm things. Now, we are going a little bit slow because we are technically under-leveled, and I haven't kitted this guy out to be a, like, dual killer. Like, I can do Poison Nova, but it's not a high damage one. It's, woo, all of 1,500 damage. If you want big numbers, ask Bezos. Greed is good, I guess. I find the crap about Bezos to be ridiculous. I do have to give him one credit for, like, out of all the, like, super mega rich billionaires, he is one of the few that has actually contributed anything to the thing that made him rich. Something besides his daddy's money. One of the only ones. Because he actually did some coding work on the original Amazon, so yeah. Most of the rest of them, it's literally, oh, your parents traded in gems. Groovy. Only tiny loans. You stole code from who and made it worth a lot of money? Awesome. Actually, I shouldn't give Gates that much of a problem. He actually does know how to code too. But, yeah, for the most part, a lot of those things are just like, they had enough money to keep their good idea from failing. Or they had enough money to make their bad idea good enough to survive. So I have very little love of most mega billionaires. They didn't work hard for that. They were born lucky. They put their parents' money at risk to make themselves wealthy. Contributing very little to no skill. Has there been any new information about when Ladder's releasing? Not that I've heard. There might have been. I don't peruse the numbers, the forums a lot. Yeah, I'll be doing one of each class. I'll live stream just going through with one of each class. And possibly more. I will be interjecting other games into it, though. It's not going to be just solid Diablo 2, because while I love Diablo 2 and I find it enjoyable, there are a lot of games out there that deserve attention that are in the same genre. New and old. Some that I will be absolutely terrible at. But my goal is generally just to enjoy the games. I think we were thinking either a druid or a sorceress next. Because I do need to get a sorceress up. taking recommendations. I mean, if you have a specific request, I'll consider it. I have thought about actually doing a viewer-made build. And not in the sense of a viewer sending in a build, but in a sense of a method for the viewers to choose my stats and skills. As god-awful or as good as that may be. But I don't want to do that on the first 2 builds. Ah, Decrepify. Gotta love it. I would like to have a character that can do some magic find on, so it's probably going to be a sorceress or a druid. Your vote is sorceress. Groovy. Let's grab that. Double Dream build go. I have that on single player. And we may end up doing like some runs on single player for the stream, like for challenges and stuff. What do I think of a Spear Paladin? We have, oddly enough, done one. Ethereal Breath of the Dying War Pike is what he used in the few videos he's shown up in. I'm just trying to think of ways to keep people from just like spamming their own personal requests into it, so that it just doesn't end up as just like one person building a troll build, basically. But I'll figure it out by the time we do it. Amplify damage, please. Oh, that's a possessed one. We can't amp damage that. It is immune. That's one nice thing. I do like that they added the possessed champion type. Believe it or not. I actually like that. Because it makes it so that you can't just curse everything. Well, the viewer build thing wouldn't be someone requesting a specific build. Like, I want to see a bear druid. Which I still haven't decided what the incentive to get me to do a bear druid would be. Like not a werebear druid, a summon a fucking bear druid. Yeah, I'll be doing another Through Hell series for the remastered. I'll probably be doing it in single player so I don't have like lag or anything like that. We haven't really had any lag issues. Even on day 1 we didn't really have lag issues, but I don't want to risk it. Let's go ahead and just keep amp damage up on everything. Thank you. And we'll get some revives going. What the hell was that? I think a rabbit may have just died outside. Let's see. Put polls up on the YouTube or Discord? Yeah. Well, I do sometimes do polls and stuff like that. Just watched a few of your other videos and they're incredibly helpful. I'm glad that they have helped. Some of the things have changed in Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'm going to be double checking some of the things offline, considering doing. But I'm debating whether the Through Hell series will be a stupid builds or whether it'll be a sequential series. Like this one could be part 1, and then we'll have all the gear we got from this going into part 2. Can you do players 8 on remastered in single player? Yes. We are currently online right now, so I can't do it on this character. But Players 8 does work in single player. Does it work on console? I don't know. I don't think so, but on PC it does. Because on console you can't type. In Diablo 2. Why they don't let you on console, I don't know. Because I would think you'd be able to make the interface pop up for that. You could type in other games. Let's see. Some of the good things can kill Cow King and Neelathak without closing portals. Actually, you could kill Neelathak before without the portal closing as well. You just didn't get the waypoint. Now if you... I don't know if you get... if it'll close if you get the waypoint and do it now. I haven't tested it. I could test it on this character. I actually have normal Neelathak done. The chain, it starts. Ooh, we got a Raw rune from that. Sweet, and a Bone Wand. I'm going to identify the Bone Wand. I fat-fingered that. Summon resistant, 25 energy. That'll be worth money at least. Ah, you have the waypoint and dead Neelathak. And the portal stays up. That's actually a good thing. They might have just detached the red portals from the flags, which is a good thing. I am perfectly fine with this. And sorry if you can hear my fan. It just started deflecting and hitting that because I rotated the chair a little bit. So you'll hear my fan in the background because guess what? I live in a warm location. That is all you will ever know. Let's see. Gonna go ahead and grab all those. Start corpse exploding. If I have corpses, I do. Need another skeleton. Hey, another Grand Charm. Sweet. Is it gonna be a skiller? Is it gonna be another martial arts skiller? Nope, it's a Sorcerer's Fire skiller. I'm keeping that. Ha! We actually got a good one. Not the best one ever, but it's a good one. You're hesitant to farm keys at all and close the portal. Someone told you it didn't matter. So now you farm both. Let's go ahead and grab that. But yeah, I'll have to test that. That would actually be a good thing to know because that would make farming the keys a lot easier. Of course, it doesn't really matter too much because you could always just have another character be your shopper. The main reason I use the red portal besides Pindle would be for shopping. And I don't even like doing Pindle that much. He's good. Very repetitive and very annoying, but good. And I don't know why I go in this order. I just kind of go clockwise. But we actually got one of the keys. We've actually had a fairly decent setup today. But we got a good Grand Charm for once. Normally I just get crappy ones. Usually I get it just plus skills or plus skills and stat. I very rarely get good life ones over like maybe 10. Okay, so they're dead. They're dead. We've got Fanaticism boys coming in. Meet your maker. Actually, your maker's making you stronger, so yeah, we'll go ahead and throw a few more of you on there. Ooh, and you life tapped. That sucks. Let's go ahead and get regular Skelly Bro. Thank you. And then we take out poor little Desace. He's in there somewhere. There he is. Didn't even drop a good thing. He's a boot. So what we're probably going to do is we're going to lose one of our minions. Just to get right on top of Diablo after killing this last little batch. This is going to be one of the tougher boss fights. And I'll actually get to see if they fixed the Diablo lightning. Which is something that I am curious about. Because for those of you that don't know, Diablo lightning was bugged for a very long time. And also, this is probably... This or DeSace's minions are probably the best ones to get for fighting Diablo if you're doing just ones from in here. If you're looking for the best ever, you actually want Blunderboars. Yeah, Andy, drop essence. That is one of 4 parts for the skill reset. Yep. I'll probably end up selling that because of the strength requirement. Yeah, 230 is a bit high for a mercenary. In fact, let's throw it on the ground so we don't end up eating space for it. Keep fighting my guys. Oh, geez, they have murdered my skeletons. We might need to actually go farm up some minions real quick, actually, because I wasn't expecting them to just completely decimate them like that. What stats are you? Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah, that would be why. Let's go ahead and get you. Ogre Maul, is it any good? Nope. Nope. Actually, we are fine with this. Oh, apparently I can't revive things. Okay.
Not even death can save you from me.
Stab him! Stab him quickly! Amplify damage, thorns. Let's go ahead and get this. Venom Lords in general melt things. So that actually surprisingly didn't kill my mages. That should have killed my mages. I didn't get a good look at his lightning. I'll look whenever he does it again. Hopefully he'll do it one more time. Highly doubt he will. He's trying to freeze them is what he's doing. Yeah, I saw the lightning go off, but I didn't get a close look at it. We got Hatchet.
Lord Diablo, I have bested you.
Let's see, Jawbone Cap, sure. Wrist Spike, yeah. We don't have room to pick up another thing, do we? Yeah, we do. Gnarled Staff. But that went fairly well. That wasn't too terrible.
Good day.
Hey, Deckard, how's it going? Identify my crap. Off to the east we go. I think probably still the best one is your Blunderboars, though, for bosses, because they have Crushing Blow. So we got through that. Skill-wise... go Dagger. We'll eventually respec this guy into Bone, most likely. Which classes have the best rune words in the game? All of them. There really isn't one that has the absolute best rune words in the game. I would say if I had to choose one, probably Hammerden. Oh, they got a buff in one of the patches. And let's see, is our cold kill any good? I mean, I'm going to keep it. It's a nice mid-level weapon, but... Raw Rune can just go in here. That needs to be identified. This goes in here. That is our second skiller. So that's actually, I'm fairly happy with that one. That is a good skiller drop. So let's go ahead and sell some of this garbage, and then I'm going to get some caffeine, and then we're going to continue on through Act 5. Because we are beating this today. that to here. I'm not even going to bother walking over to Mr. Happy over there. Yeah, I'm happy with that skiller. It's a good one. So I'm going to get some caffeine. I will... think I'll start the cinematics playing or something. Just to kind of keep you guys entertained in between. Or I can put on some music. Yeah, let's go do a cinematics. Because it's only going to take a couple minutes for me to get a drink.
Bail! The gates of Sescheron have stood for eons beyond remembrance, and you shall not breach them now. Remove your foul demons from our lands. We stand on the side of light. You shall not be allowed to reach Mount Ariat, and that which you seek will not be yours. Enough! Enough!
I shall take your position into consideration. Well, it seems your terms are not acceptable.
Okay, we're back. Sorry that took a little bit longer. Unfortunately, when a dog started having a bit of a seizure, so she's being taken care of now. But she's fine. And I also grabbed myself a choco bar. Okay. Anywho, we have a hell difficulty to beat. And I have caffeine to do it with. And dark chocolate. Okay. So sorry that I kind of had to duck out for a second there. Are we even going to get level 80? Maybe. It's going to be close. Speaking of which,
It takes more than a siege to stop.
thankfully you get some starter corpses here. So it looks we've got Slinger and Quill Rat as our spawns. Which is not the worst thing ever. I don't particularly like the Slingers, but I can deal with this. I would actually rather have the Fire Archers with this particular setup. Because it would mean our Mercenary would be at less risk. In fact, I'd rather have a melee enemy, but we don't have that. Okay, so we've got that going. We've got the mages started up. We'll get revives next. Okay. So we've got ourselves established down here. We could literally just teleport staff down. And yes, I do see the quill rats shooting at me from above. These guys are going to be piercing the living daylights out of us, unfortunately. What's bad is I actually put on that cinematic specifically because it was the longer one. And I was like, oh, I'll have time to get my drink in that time. No. Mercenary, don't die to this, please. He keeps running in there and getting himself kind of like caught by all of the little slingers. Mercenary, stop. Please, for the love of God. Don't be the derps. Do the deeps. Oh, revives without Enigma. I'm so sad, except that there's probably maybe 2 people on BattleNet with Enigmas right now. I have a teleport staff. I can handle it. It's not a big deal. They're handy for a little bit of stuff. It's 1 point into revives. Generally speaking, I don't recommend putting a lot of points into revives, even if you do have Enigma, simply because you're going to be in a situation where you're not going to be able to do most of your work. The Act 3 movie isn't terribly long. I still think the Act 5, I would have to time them, actually, now that I think about it. They would be pretty close. None of them are insanely long. Let's revive you. You'll actually do a little bit better versus these guys than some of our other options. They are murdering them. It's not a bad thing. This is going to be probably the act where I wish we had might the most. Nah, revive's good for quite a few things. It's a reinforcement, basically, during a fight. And it lets you get access to certain skills that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get with just skeletons. Like physical ranged. Or a tanky boy like that who, yeah, we're about to die. 'Cause poison! And I don't have any healing potions on me. But no, I'll use revives versus a lot of things.
How may I be of help?
Especially once I've gotten my cores up. If revives didn't have a timer, they would be overpowered. If they didn't have a timer, they would literally be beyond overpowered. They'd have to nerf their stats. Because you can basically make near immortal revives. They literally only just die due to timeout. Well, there goes the barbarian. Let's see. How I wish we actually had the fire archers. I usually don't wish for fire archers on this, but this is one of the few characters where I do. Okay, so we got Teleporty Boys. I do want to kill him. He's a super unique. We want to get at least his drop off of it. Or if they had proper AI. Yeah, proper AI would help too. Proper AI wouldn't make them busted, but it would make them nice. Ouch! Damn it, Nappa! Nail! And also, revives are one of the few minions that won't even try to teleport to you. So, if you have distance. I actually wish all minions had proper AI, but alas my ass, they do not. The hierarchy right now, as far as the lesser summons of the Necromancer, I'd probably put Skeleton Warriors at top, Revives in the middle, and then Mages at the bottom. Simply because you can actually do things to make those Revives more useful. Go, minions. I would love a curse that let me say attack this. Even if I had to put a point in it. Give it to me as an O skill on a wand. That would be a good wand rune word to add. Sorry for chewing in the microphone. I have dark chocolate. It'll melt if I don't eat it. And nothing's worse than melted chocolate. Not even revives. No! I'm glad at least one other person here watches Dragon Ball Z Abridged. It is a hilarious series. Druid summoners are absolute ass, but they are fun in their own quirky way. I don't know if I'd be able to take one through hell, but we could try. I think I could. In fact, that is something I'm thinking about making like a membership incentive for. If we reach a certain point, I will make a freaking pain in the ass summon druid and go through hell. Yeah, I can sort of see that. Let's go ahead and drop back a little bit. Yeah, the cats are what are torturing me right now, if you're wondering why I'm having to fall back randomly. Ow! Thankfully, we do have full rejuves. We're not playing in hardcore, so it's fine. Druid Summoner. But I'd rather spend that time making videos people will actually watch. I wouldn't say summon necros are underrated, but I'm probably slightly biased on that opinion. Because every time I make a necromancer video, there's people telling me I should have made a fishy mancer. It doesn't matter what necromancer build it is, I should make a fishy mancer. So I'm slightly biased in that regard. It's like, I know what a fishy mancer is, I know it exists, I can make other build videos, for God's sake. I kind of need to get lower resist if I'm going to keep using the Nova. But I finished my chocolate. We can continue without crunching in the background. Let's see. Necro was the most popular... I wouldn't say he was the most popular class overall. He's got a very vocal fan base. Oh, and I don't have that on teleport right now. There we go. Get everybody caught up. This is essentially... this is really crappy version of a Fishy Mancer. Fishy Mancer generally will have a bunch of points dumped into Corpse Explosion to just make Explosion bigger. But, yeah. I like my Lazy Bones more. Fishy Mancer is a Necromancer that goes Heavy Summons and Corpse Explosion. It's named after a guy who went by the name Fishy. I prefer my Lazy Bone Summoner, where it's poison and skeletons. This is hurting quite a bit. Can you guys not? I mean, I get that I have skeletons that are just standing up there doing absolutely fuck all, but can we just not do fuck all and maybe actually go attack things? Or maybe not. That's fine too. I'm just trying to find the dead zone in the middle of these idiots. Ouch! God's sake. It's just a solid laser beam of these assholes. I really don't like these. Piercing enemies are a pain in the ass. I wouldn't really say it's one of the real OG builds. It's from original Diablo 2, but it didn't come until later. If I remember correctly, it didn't hit popularity until LOD, did it? Corpse explosions, go! There we go. Give me the healing potions. Thank you.
My, what a messy little...
8-player summon Necro. Bale games to soothe the... Okay. Just a second and I'll read it in just a minute. I have to get back to town. Okay. 8-player summon Necro Bale games and see who is the last man standing in GHR, the game after it crashes. These are fully maxed normal skeletons, but with pretty... Well, actually, strictly solo self-found kind of gear. I'm not using anything that was donated to this character. And some of the stuff I did find grinding with other people, but it's not on him. All the rest of the stuff I found solo. Let's see. Do we want to do another craft? We can do another craft real quick. We have all the stuff for it. We've done a few of these. 9% faster cast, replenish life. No resist is the only downside of that one. Necro Summoner is a good relax and chill. You like that later on. Druid Summoner, Werebears. Yeah, Druid Summoners are not relax and chill. Necro Summoners are.
Afternoon.
But yeah, these are max skeletons. We only have +5, I believe. Yeah, +5. I mean, we could go for a white if we wanted to now that we actually got an IO, but I think I'm going to save it. Because we're almost done with this character. I don't necessarily care about taking him too much further. You're an old player, but you're having trouble with your Poison Necro. You can't kill Diablo. I was wondering if I had any advice. Lower resist is your best friend, but unfortunately, the Poison Necromancer is not necessarily your best friend. What difficulty are you trying to do it on, by the way? Just if you don't mind me asking. Is it Nightmare difficulty, normal difficulty, hell difficulty? Your normal... Okay, let's see. What's better for a Summon Necro, white or Arm of King Leoric? Technically, you could probably get a white that's better. Just normal with the Poison Necro? That's probably why. You probably don't... You're not high enough level to probably have enough poison damage for it to matter. Unfortunately. Normal difficulty is especially rough for the Necromancer because he's not going to kill anything very quickly. Whenever you get into Nightmare, you'll see pretty much every build of the Necromancer ramp up because he's starting to max out his core skills. And then whenever you get into Hell difficulty, you'll either see it completely hit a brick wall or go insane. Like the Summon Necromancer just gets better with each difficulty. Ow! Stop. Aim for my minions, you fools. I am not your target. This is not the droid you're looking for. You followed my advice to make a Poison Necro. Normal difficulty, I usually advise Bone Necro. Unless you're following one of the playthroughs, in which case, I'm sorry. We do stupid builds on there, and I just happen to know like little tricks I can do to make my life easier. I actually have a really crappy insight, but insight works. Normal Druid Summoner is fun for you. More HP, not... Yeah, normal, the Summoner Druid can actually get away with it. It's whenever you start getting into Hell difficulty that the Summoner Druid starts to really just flounder. Would be beneficial for him to run a Bone Necro and respec into Poison later when he gets better gear. Yes. Generally speaking, if your primary skill... This is kind of a thing you can use whenever you're building your characters. I might even make a video about this. But basically... And I have sort of made a video about it, but that's an entirely different discussion. Basically, what you want to do whenever you're making your characters, you want to look at their skill tree and be like, well, what skills look interesting? Poison Nova looks interesting. Bone Spear looks interesting. Whatever curse sounds interesting, or whatever summon sounds... You just want to choose one, maybe two skills that sound interesting. But what you want to do... One spec, no respecs. Yeah, that's fine. I prefer the poison. But generally what I was going to say is if the skill you think looks interesting or fun is a level 30 or level 24 skill, you'll want to wait until Nightmare to do it. Does plus skills work for mercenaries? Depends on the context. There's some contexts where it does and some where it doesn't. Like, if you had plus... Like a class-specific skill. No, but if you had... Plus... prayer or something, yes. If you had plus, trying to think what else to talk about on there. If you had plus all skills, yes. It's more complex than a yes or a no. Let's put it that way. Because there are some plus skills that do work for the mercenaries. Ah, we are getting poked to living hell. Kill that, please. Thank you. It's complex. Yeah, with poison, you really don't have a choice until level 30. You could go poison dagger. It's going to basically be a melee necromancer. You're using your poison dagger to get the extra attack rating. The strategy that I would use for it, do you have another character that can get you runes or anything like that out of curiosity? That can find you like base items or do anything like that? Because if you do have a character that can get you runes, you could get a crushing blow dagger just using various rune words with crushing blow. Oh, well, there went our mercenary. Bye, mercenary. Thanks for not even, like, going down in life. You just literally just fell over dead. Just fucked off. Thank you. He'd do that sometimes. He's just like, nah, I don't care. Time to resurrect him. D2R PvP for PC or consoles. I haven't tried it. I wager that Cooley has. But I am level 75 right now. We might not make it to 80. There's one corpse. Go, minions, go! Kill that thing. Get me some resources here. Oh, we have the fucking cats. I hate the cats. The cats can go rot in hell. I hate these. I hate these. I hate these. They're as bad as the gloams. Here, give me those. We'll get some mages out of them as well. I just walked into shit and died. He's like, nah. Mercenary, stop it. For fuck's sake. At least I spotted it that time. Yeah, he's gonna walk right in front of those and get himself completely aced. Especially since we are having to deal with this bullshit. Because I can't force them to actually go up there to actually face those things that are more threatening. Oh, for God's sake, I'm already out of potions. Fuck you guys. You know what? Bye. We're going. We're not even going to stop for you. Fuck this shit, I'm out. I said, fuck this shit, I'm out. It's just a no. Let's see. Yeah, it's a long one this way. We have 16 teleports left. Yes, I get eventually fed up with the range nonsense. Let's see. Let's go ahead and show that one. Okay. Fun with other players on YouTube, do PvP. D2R PvP is the same as the old one, except maybe new version bugs. There's some differences to it, but it's pretty much the same thing. You want a source, but it's super hard to level a cold source. You're playing on a console, which makes it so much more difficult. Fireball and Frozen Orb works perfectly fine with a controller. Blizzard sucks ass with a controller, but Fireball and Frozen Orb work good. But yeah, it's high-level PvP that's different. Low-level PvP is, I mean, like, low-level as in not I am eking down to 1 frame, min-maxing everything PvP is not too bad. There's not too many things that would impact that they changed. Making a better mercenary AI would be a blessing. Yeah, but then they'd probably break the ability to bug it. Right now you're stuck as you can't beat Diablo. I'm sorry. But yeah, Poison Dagger would probably be your main one for that. If you're going Poison Necro. You just got your boyfriend to agree to get Diablo 2 and play with you this weekend. He has never touched a Diablo game. Complete newcomer that's easy and fun. Paladin. Holy Fire Paladin in normal. And then probably just go a Fanatic Zealot in Nightmare. It's super simple. It's really satisfying if you can get him some Crushing Blow gear. Can you guys actually attack anything that's... Oh, we've got more of the motherfuckers. No. We're not doing this shit, game. I am not playing with your damn cats. Your cats can go rot in hell. I don't want to play with the cat. Your cat can suck it. I think they did take away the weapon speed glitch, but I'm not 100% certain. I like playing specific builds on the controller. I've been experimenting offline on it. Yeah, Paladin is just a super solid, just basic character to get into game with. If your boyfriend wants ranged, then I would probably lean more into the Trap Assassin or something like that. Oh, geez. Any specific rune words? I take it you're going to be giving him some specific gear. I would have to get on the other character to do it. But there's Crushing Blow normal uniques even that are halfway decent. Rune word would be something like black, but that has knockback, which can get a little frustrating if he's not wanting to do weapon swaps. There is a Crushing Blow. It's Am tier, I believe, in 2-socket swords. I rarely ever use it, but I think there is one. Usually I have better options by the time I can make something with Am and tier. Do I have an Enigma? Nope. I've been playing for fun, not for farm. That's what I'm going to say pretty much any time it's mentioned about my gear, honestly. I have Enigmas offline, yes, plural, but not online. I kind of missed out on the opening weekend because of reasons. Steel is pretty decent starting out, tier and L. As was mentioned. Malice is pretty fun if you can get some life regen. I'm trying to think what else. How are we looking on teleport staff? We are out of charges on teleport staff. I'll need to repair that. There's some people on the... I ask on the Discord if anyone's got a group. Because I know that there's a few people on there who do groups and they might have room. I would say that if you're going to do a summoner, I'd go to Necro instead of Druid. But that Paladin works well with pretty much anything. Druid Summoner won't really hold you out very well. Yeah, Telly staff. Yeah, teleport staff is pretty much my go-to early on. But let's see. And you should be able to just do like discord.alzorath.com and it'll redirect you there. It might throw up a warning, but I don't know if it does or not anymore. Mummified trophy, it'll sell. But let's see, what else? Ooh, we got our waypoint. Sweet. If we have Gloams down near Anya, I'm not going to bother rescuing her right now. Not huge on Summoner in specific. You just wanted to make him feel like he's strong and he's the one carrying me. I mean, you could do... Honestly, Summon Necro would still be good for that. You basically would be... He'd be making all of your minions insane, especially once he gets Fanaticism and Nightmare with his respec. Good pair with a Javazon. You want to help your bro and want to be a good partner to him, thinking him Lightning Javelin and you hammered in. You really don't have much of an overlap there. For a Javazon, like a Lightning Javazon, if he's doing like the Charge Strike and Lightning Fury combo, I would probably actually go either a Conviction-based Paladin, which would be just Conviction and Zeal pretty much, or I would go for a lower resist Necromancer, which would be a Poison Necro, the one you're working on, with lower resistance, stuff like that. Once you get to Nightmare, in normal difficulty, you'd just be a Bone Necro. Max Roll has several good guides. I should note that some of the Max Roll guides and some of the Icy Veins guides are very much, because of who wrote them, very much speed run focused. So you're going to find some advice on them that would be questionable for new players, but really good if you're just looking to get through quick, if that makes sense. A lot of the Max Roll guides actually do have good low-level stuff. A few of them have weird magic find biases, which can bite you in the ass. Like, there's the Fireball Blizzard one I disagree with. Because if you're just putting 17 points into Blizzard, you're not going to be getting near enough damage to justify Blizzard with that. You'd be better off with 16 points in Orb. Concentration, sadly, would not help with the Javazon, unfortunately. A 16 Orb would generally do better than a 17 Blizzard whenever you don't have any synergies going into it. Just because of how they function. Because a lot of people will see, oh, Frozen Orb does less damage. No, Frozen Orb does more hits. Especially like high-level Frozen Orb. What just froze all that? But if you can get the Flourish, there is something fighting out in the bush outside my window. But if you can get the like Flourish for the Frozen Orb to pop on a single target, that's 16 hits of Frozen Orb damage. Depends on what you're doing in your end game as to which one's going to be better. For getting through the game, Frozen Orb is better. For getting Magic Find, Blizzard is better. If that makes sense. You're running a max cold mastery Blizzard source. Well, yeah, you just dumped a bunch of points into Blizzard. That's making Blizzard actually strong. But the one I'm talking about, it literally has 17 points in Blizzard and none of the synergies. I'm like, that don't work. What spell does Light Source usually spam in game? Depends on what you're fighting and how you're fighting. Once you get really used to the Lightning Sorceress, you generally will be going for the regular Lightning because it'll get higher damage. Regular Lightning, whenever you're fully synergized up and everything's going, it gets a faster boost. So it'll tend to give you just a lot more damage. So you'll generally kite the enemies back into a line and shoot lightning through them. If you're needing to kill like a fallen camp or something like that, that's when you'll use things like chain lightning and stuff. Well, you're not farming stuff whenever you're beating a difficulty. You're beating the difficulty. And hybrids can farm multiple areas. They're just a little bit slower for it. It just depends on what you're going for. But yeah, if you're using it just for farming, then yes, Pure Blizzard is fine. You can avoid the gold immunes that way. But if you're going through the game, guess what this place has a lot of? I mean, yeah, you don't have to defeat Bale to farm, but if you want to get, like, cow level, you do. Is there a starter build for a Vengeance Paladin? Not really a starter build for it, but Vengeance Paladin is doable. It's just not the strongest thing ever. It's one of those things where it's like, this is a strong single hit build. It can function properly. It's just not as fast as some of the other options. I would probably go for... There's a few options for that. You can focus in on a single element, or you can focus in on multiple elements. Oh, you wait for rushes. To each their own. Most of the joy I get from the game is actually playing through it. I don't get a lot of joy from farming. I don't really care about endgame gear. 2 sorceresses walk into hell. Which 2 builds do you take? Oh, and are you going to be playing all the way through hell with each other and not separately? If you're not going to be playing separately, I would probably take a Blizzard Sorceress and a Fire Sorceress. Oh, that one uses a lot of endgame gear. It's possible with much lower gear than that. The big trick with Vengeance is to remember that it applies its damage at a weird point in the formula, so you're only getting a little bit of elemental damage off of it based on your weapon. But yeah, if I was going to take 2 sorceresses in... And I'm assuming PC here, not controller. If you're going in with PC, no controller, then Blizzard and Fire. I'd probably go Meteor Fireball or Firewall for the Fire Sorceress. Of course, you'd both have static. You'd both have a few other options like that. Let's see, how far on the map? I think I might want to get Glacial Trail just because of how far the waypoint is. The Apex Predator, the Lightning Source. She has trouble with some things. If she has a Infinity, though, she's fine. And you're doing Fire Orb? Oh, you're both on controller? Blizzard Source is going to be frustrating on a controller. I'm telling you right now. Because it's going to aim at the enemy. It's not going to aim at the ground. And aiming at the Blizzard is like Meteor, where you're aiming where the enemy is going to be rather than where they are. So he's going to get frustrated with that Blizzard Sorceress if he's playing solely on controller. Unless you do Glacial Spike with it. Is there any way a Hydra build could work? I mean, I could get through hell with it. Would it be super easy? No. But it would be fine. Oh, we got some extra fast little buddies over here. There he is. There's the boss mob. But yeah, there's ways to make the almost any build work. You can make an Inferno Sorceress work. Would it be pleasant to do? Probably not, but it would work. Oh. I was not expecting to come here, but that is fine. Bonesaw Breaker is a super unit. And we got full rejuves off him. Absolute garbage. Yeah, that's one of the gold chests. For the Hydra source, Hydra would actually not be nearly as bad for controller as some of the other things you can do. And yes, I am corpse exploding all of them on purpose, because I don't need their corpses. What I want is my waypoint. Just because of how far away that was from our other waypoint.
I am overburdened.
Let's see. Inferno might be... let's see. But yeah, Hydras are not good things. They can be made to work. It's more one of those like stubborn things. Yeah, it loses steam in hell. So you'll be taking longer to get through areas. You just have to be more patient. Inferno's tick damage was bugged and it was doing half the damage it was supposed to. They might have fixed it. I can check. But not right this second, I can't. But yeah, people talk about resist rings and amulets and charms. How much should you have a nightmare and against what elements, or is it constantly changing? Generally speaking, you want these 4 numbers to stay as high as possible. The higher they are, the better your life will be. Like right now, my resistances are crap. They're positive. I have 152 lightning resist to get this. But the most important ones to get, if you're going to be like prioritizing one, like if you have to choose between lightning and cold, you want to choose lightning. If you have to choose between poison and fire, you would want to probably choose fire. But you want all of them to be as high as possible. And these are the guys we want to revive in here. We don't want to revive the skellies unless we're just using them as decoys. Because these will do lightning damage. These guys are immune to cold. So they can't actually damage themselves. And there are definitely better players than me. My focus is more on solo self-found, new players, that kind of stuff. Most of the other ones are focused on PvP, late game magic find, stuff like that, where optimizing is necessary. For me, fun is the optimization. If it's an enjoyable one to play, I'll play it, even if it's not necessarily optimal. And I will try weird builds, and I not really care too much about it. The sheer amount of sticky notes you've made? I'm sorry. Most of the stuff is already in videos, if that helps you out a little bit. Find Nightmare Travel 150 times a day. You have poop, fire, light, res. Oh, goodness. Travancore Nightmare is actually kind of good for getting skiller charms. For anyone who's curious. Hell Travancore is actually good for it too, but... Fun is the most important thing in the game. If you're not having fun, or you're not gaining something from the experience, it's not even always fun. There are reasons to play games besides fun. There's some that are... Oh, that's actually a good thing to pick up if it's 4-socket. That's 2. If you're not getting something from the game that improves your personal satisfaction, then you shouldn't be playing the game. I don't care what game it is, how popular or how much people love that game. Unless you are getting something from that game that satisfies a need or desire of yours, don't play the fucking game. I'm sorry, but Nightmare will not drop facets. Hell drops facets. Because not even Hell and Dariel can drop facets. Let's go ahead and just keep pumping them full of pain. And we will revive just like crazy people in here. At least I think it's Hell. I might be thinking Nightmare. I can't remember for sure. I'm pretty sure it's Hell. Hey, we got another... Oh, actually, no, that's Moonfall. Da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-dum. We could actually make a Mace Barbarian and dual Moonfall. Do we want to dual Moonfall on a Mace Barbarian? What do you want to know about runes? Are you more interested in like how they drop, or are you thinking about how they're used, or the effects of all 33 runes, where you can find them? Melee Martial Artist Assassin. You've always wanted to play one but can never get past Nightmare Act 3 with it. Charges suck. I say that. Charges don't suck that much. They're just, it's a juggling thing, and it was a cool idea implemented poorly. I would say probably, if you're interested in a martial arts assassin, I would probably start with a Kixin, which doesn't use charges. It just uses the kicks, and it uses traps to kind of support it. And then once you're used to doing that, using Dragon Flight, Dragon Talon, stuff like that, then try practicing using charge ups. Probably the most important one to learn how to use is going to be Phoenix Strike. And then you actually have a rough idea of how you can do it. It's not going to be the most elegant solution. There are going to be better options. But once you get kind of used to all that kind of stuff, you can pull off the build. Do times change gear to higher levels? How do rune work? Time does not modify the gear at all. But runes are basically items you put into armor to give them specific effects. And if you put them into plain armor in certain orders, or plain weapons or shields or anything like that, you can actually have them cause rune words, which will cause a series of effects. Depends on the rune whether it changes it to a higher level requirement. But you can use rune in crafting recipes to upgrade things to elite, which is a bit more complex than I think what you're asking for. Runes are an ingredient. basically. Is probably the best way to explain it. They are used in the cube. I can't carry anymore. Fuck. They're just like gems and stuff like that. They give modifiers based on what kind they are. And they have to go into a socketed thing. Like this has 4 runes into it. They are combined in a certain order that makes them into a spirit, which is a rune word, but it can only go into white items. So we're gonna go back to town real quick. Level 11 Necro. Oh, they don't unlock based on your level. They unlock based on the monster levels. So basically, if the monster's high enough level to drop runes, it can drop a rune for you. But it's not guaranteed to drop. You will have access to them throughout the entire game. You'll usually see your first rune on the Countess quest, though. Usually. Oh, that's almost good. If you wanted to, would 2 claws be better than a weapon and shield? Not usually. There is one martial artist assassin build that, and it's not even technically a martial artist assassin build. There's one assassin build that uses 2 claws, but it's a super expensive. It's called a Chaos Assassin or Spider Assassin by some people. It's Whirlwind Assassin by other people. There's a lot of names for it. But yeah, there's... And yes, those are different variants of that thing. But yeah. Let's go ahead and load that in. He'll add sockets to an... Oh, actually, do we want to... I forget if this is going to be 3 socket or 4 socket. Let's go ahead and risk it. Watch it be 3 socket. I will be pissed if it is. It's fine, though. Nope, it's 4 socket. So it's Talthol, Ort, and Am. Is it going to be good? It is garbage! We got a terrible one. Any way to increase inventory? Nope. 2 claws, but yeah, 2 claw builds are generally used more for gimmicks and stuff. But that's our second spirit. It's a crappy one, but it'll work. Let's see, where did that belt go? There we go, 21 strength. We lose a bunch of resists. Not terribly a large amount, but we get them back. Well, we got lightning resist back. But now we have 4 skills. Yeah, Whirlwind Sin does depend on Rune Word. It's a chaos. And trappers can do dual claw. Generally, I don't. I know that's a travesty. But I don't feel... To do the dual claw thing, you need the dual 6s, which is a nightmare to shop for. Generally, most trap sins, unless you are using very pinnacle end of game shit, you're actually going to be running a spirit or a hodo with a spirit shield. Or you're going to be using a 6er claw with a spirit shield. The time you're not going to do that is if you have shopped both of those, and that can take days. If you have a specific order of them. If you do Tal, Thol, Ort, and Am, it makes a spirit sword. If we wanted to make something else, there are other 4 rune word things. We have Lore Helm, which is Ort and Soul in a 2-socket helm. There's a total of 33 runes. So if we wanted to make a rhyme shield, we could do Shale and Eth. We don't currently have that, but... And we don't have another soul to make another lore, but that's fine. Yeah, days or weeks. It takes many, many hours to shop a specific claw that you want. I personally, I have them. I don't bother with it or recommend it for builds because it takes longer. It takes a lot longer than it's really worth to do, because you're going to be through the game well before you get that stuff. So we've got Succubi down here. Succubi, bye, bye. And we've got Gloams. We are not bothering with this shit. There's an assassin unit class called Bartux. No, oh no, you're thinking of Resists. That is... Oh, crap. I know which one you're talking about. It's the one no one ever uses. Yes, you could dual wield those and put 1 point in claw block for defense just to be casual. I know which one you're talking about too, and it's got a ton of resists. I cannot remember the name of it. I have like 6 of them. Because for a long time I was hunting Bartux and didn't actually find it. And I found a bunch of those in the process. I remember because I was pissed about it. But yes, you could run those. Is it the best thing ever? God, no. But it works. A lot of people think you need to have best in slot for everything to actually beat the game. You really don't. You really bloody don't.
Afternoon.
Depends on the martial artist build. A black club, which is Thul Io Nef, with a decent shield is fine. What's the best character to build or to play? Depends on what you want to do with the game. If you're wanting to PvP, it's going to be a different answer than if you're wanting to just get through the game. I find Necromancer to be the easiest for me personally, but I would recommend new players do Paladin. Jade Paladin. Yeah, that's the one it was. The Necromancer is probably one of the only characters you'll see me do hardcore online, if I ever do hardcore online. Where can you shop the first teleport staff? Act 3 normal. But usually I wait until I get to Act 2 Nightmare, and I'll end up getting it from Drognin whenever I can just respawn the game until I get him next to the door, and I'll just go in and out the door and shop him for it. But you can shop it as early as Act 3 normal from Ormus. Probably if you're going to be shopping it in normal, I would do it in Act 4 off of Jamala, or whatever her name is. The gamble lady. Okay. I'm going to die doing this, just so everybody knows. I'm well aware I'm going to die doing this, but I'm going to try it. I can never remember whether this is a left or a right. This is a left, isn't it? Yep. Okay, and we are out of teleport charges, so I'm going to go ahead and Sorry, I was kind of... Let's see. You tried to get it in Act 2 normal. Yeah, you can't get it in Act 2 normal. So I was right. It is a right turn on this one. It's one of they have fixed layouts. If you're wondering how I know it's like right or left turn or what I'm talking about. He'll be right enough eventually, yeah. I always forget that there's only a handful of layouts in this. Okay. Okay, we only have a handful of minions. We lost our mercenary, but... Ta-da! Okay. What's my favorite build? And does that build help with the game? My favorite build,
How may I be of help?
if I had to choose just one to play forever and ever and ever, would probably be Bone Necro.
What is it?
And is it the best thing ever? No, but it's really solid. And it's not about learning how to read the maps for me, it's just my memory sucks ass. I know the like logic of the stuff is there, it's just like my memory is shit. So yeah. It's not knowing how it functions, it's literally just I'm lucky to remember that my left foot is on my left leg level asinine. But my favorite build, probably Bone Necro, if I had to go with a specific one. Did they change with how stuff works with frames and stuff for Resurrected? On a basic level, no. I haven't really tested if they've changed, like, it so that certain things are a little faster or slower, though. Game's been broken for a week. Which way is it broken, out of curiosity? Let's see. Go, my minions! There's a safety portal. There's Anya. Let's go get the potion. Dr. White. Just name each of your characters after the color of their skills, too. Oh, I keep forgetting he's mana burn. Yikes. Go, go! Go, you fools! Show them who your boss is. Of course, I'm your boss, so you're gonna, like, flounder around and fail horribly, but it's fine. Oh, there's a Gloam in here, too. You little shitty Gloam. Time for you to die. Kill the Gloam! Beat the shit out of it. It's a horrible thing. What is cow and how do you get a slotted sword? You can actually just find the slotted swords. There's also a quest that you can use to get sockets into them, and there's also a crafting recipe to put sockets in an item. But to find a 4-socket sword, you generally need to be in Nightmare or later, or you can use Larzuk's quest in Act 5 on a sword gotten from normal cows or later.
At your service.
But it has to be one that caps out at 4. So that's why I use broadswords. Like Evil Doctor. Not Doc Holliday. So this is gonna go there. We're actually going to gonna make an Ort. I'll probably make a whole video going over the basics of runes as well, but that's one of those things where I'm gonna have to like sit down and think about how I want to organize it, because it's a very complex subject. Whenever it's like asking somebody how paint works. It's like, well, there's pigment and binder.
Thank you.
You use a brush. You can use a roller too. Oh, geez. Yeah, we are really bad on resists.
Salutations.
Oh yeah, I'm full. When, can, or how do you unlock the cube? Act 2, it's part of the main quest line. You will get the cube as part of just doing the like main quest of the game. Val Kilmer.
Afternoon.
I should probably...
Oh, yeah. Good day.
You know what? I'm gonna make a little like super chat incentive or something like that for naming characters. Nothing obscene though. I should do that. You get to permanently name one of my characters on BattleNet. I'll just have to decide what to kind of make that thing. Let's see. Grab money. Talk to Larzuk, trade repair, our staff of goodness. Because we used it to nope. Trap assassin, PvE, softcore, don't know values of runes. Got a lem, can you trade it for anything useful?
Good morning. You have that new...
Lem can be used in a few rune words too. Time to go to bed, gotta get up at 4 a.m. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. And have a good evening. Keep up the... Yeah, I will try. The game... Enjoying the game and not trying to min-max everything. Well, you have come to the right place. I am not a big fan of min-maxing in any games. You should see some of my D&D characters. I have an illusionist changeling that I've been trying to get into a campaign for, like, over a year now. But he's not good. His main combat strategy is shocking grasp. So, yeah, you can kind of do that. Have I tried the game on non-PC? No, I don't have it on any of the non-PC platforms. I have tried it with a controller, though. I have experimented off with a controller, too. So we're going to sell that. That's absolute garbage. And if you're wondering how I shop for claws... Ba-da-da-da. You go in and out of there. It's a little bit slower on here, but it's still fine. I would have to look up a specific rune words, but I know Lem is used in a few good ones. I was kind of hoping we'd actually have a good claw there. Have a good one, Bradley. Sleep. Sleep. It's okay. I will try to be streaming tomorrow, too. Friday, I might not. Friday, I might not be able to stream. That's going to be an iffy thing. But we will stream on Saturday, too, though. Tomorrow, I've got to do the armor rune word one and do all that stuff for Friday. So, yeah. So we've got that going. Let's go ahead and go Glacial Trail, and let's do Ancients, I guess, is our next goal. So let's see. The exit from here was over here on the right, if I remember correctly. Oh, holy crap, mother of bucket. I'm glad we came back through here. Well, I just got a GG rune. I just got an Ist. I use a ton of Ist runes. Ist and are the two of the things that you'll see me actually get excited about because I love those runes. I use the crap out of them. They are more valuable to me than most other socketable items. So, yay. You just saw me happy for a moment. Let's see, what do we have as far as the enemies in here go? Is this one we're going to walk through and get some levels off of, maybe? So far, the enemies here don't seem too bad. We got an Ist. I'm going to teleport. If we find the waypoint along the way, awesome. If we don't, tough nuggets. There's our way in. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. So your good luck just really paid off with that Ist rune. So I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and back off there. How do I feel about the darkness in D2R? It is a little bit darker than it probably should be. I think that's probably mostly to do with the fact that it's 3D models now, rather than necessarily... Speaking of broken AI... But yeah, I feel like the darkness in it is a bit much, but I think it really does have to do with it being converted to 3D models. These guys' AI breaks a lot in this, and I'm not sure what's causing it, because it doesn't break in vanilla Diablo 2. There's our waypoint. That's probably one of the most important ones in the game. If you're going to rush people, at least. How did they trap him in there? Okay, it's fine, but what? Do I want my golem? Sure, why not? But see, they're completely broken. I think I want Lancer revives. Okay, so we got a magic circlet there. You should always pick up magic circlets, by the way. I know I don't always on videos, but that's usually because I already have the stuff I need. Yeah, I'm just not sure why their AI keeps breaking. It's confuzzling to me. But it's like, as soon as they hit frenzy enough times, they just completely snap. And just stare at you. Oh god, that was almost death. I need to not be near things when they die. Amisei is not bad. Where you max out the brightness. But yeah, I think it really does have something to do with the 3D models. I don't think it's necessarily intentional. Because it's definitely not how the base game was. If you teamed with a Holy Shock Paladin, would your skeletons get the extra lightning damage? No. Holy Shock only applies to your own attack, and it deals lightning damage to any enemies that are in the range of it, but it doesn't give it to any of your allies. That's why Holy Shock Paladin is not necessarily the most team-friendly one, unless you're doing a Dream Paladin to get the Holy Shock, in which case you'd be running Fanaticism or Conviction. Top 3 other Diablo 2 content creators on YouTube. I would have to say Dobrunsky, Llama, and Cooley. I'm kind of on the fence about including Llama on that one, but I think as a person, he has good intentions. At least I haven't encountered him having bad intentions, so I don't feel as bad about putting him on there. I think he's at risk of being usurped by some of the smaller creators, though. Which would probably be bad for him, because he has, like, full-time with no backup thing going on kind of right now. Which I think is why he's stressed about getting everything out as quickly as possible. I know of Sweet Phil. I haven't watched his stuff. Believe it or not, I don't watch a lot of Diablo 2 content on YouTube. Might, Fanaticism, and Concentration would indeed work for your allies. Conviction would be good for your allies because it would reduce enemy defense as well. Llama SC is the other one I mentioned. There's people who hate my voice too. It's fine. Everyone has their own flavor on voice. But there's a lot of people who come to my videos because they're like, I don't like Llama's voice. I don't mind Llama's voice. But I get that people don't like it. There's people who comment on my videos that they hate my voice. I'm like, cool, watch someone else. It's cool. It's fine. The information is there to be had elsewhere. I think the only one that nobody's actually complained about the voice of on my videos is Riker. And he's not even really a Diablo 2 commentator. He's more a newsy person. Oh, the reason why the old game looks dark on here is because it's really shit upscaler. I mean, it's not even like remotely close to what it really was. Oh, you thought I said someone else? Yeah. I mean, I see massive lists of, because a little bit of behind the scenes on the YouTube thing. As a creator, you have access to a thing called YouTube Studio. I actually have the stream part of the studio open right now. That's how I'm seeing chat, and I'm seeing concurrent viewers and all that other stuff, analytics for the stream. It's there. It's in the background. I don't pay super close attention to it, but I can watch it. On that, you also have access to analytics for the channel as a whole. As you go through the analytics for it, there's actually a section that if you have over a certain amount of views in common with somebody, it'll tell you your viewers also watch such and such a channel or such and such a video if you're big enough. And it'll tell you, like, this is what that creator's doing, all that other stuff. And it basically shows you kind of what your general audience does. It won't tell you what anyone specifically does in relation to your videos, but it will show you, like, generally what your audience watches. And I was actually really happy. This is the first month in a while there is one person on that list that I was glad to see fall off. They've been growing. I wish them best as a creator. I don't like seeing them on my list. I know that's a really spiteful thing to say, but yeah. There are some creators that I find kind of ethically reprehensible. So, but yeah, Llama knows his stuff. One of the big issues with Llama being so big is a lot of people do pull a butt Llama, and I would hate to hear that someone's pulling a butt Alzorath on other people's videos, because we have approaches to things differently. We have different priorities, so we have. And I appreciate the compliment, Zach. I do have a YouTube voice, but it's more my... I hate to say this, it's my management voice. From back whenever I had to manage people. This is... I would have conversations with this voice. It's not really a put-on act thing. It's more of a... You're having to publicly speak, so you adapt a particular tone and pattern. Whenever I'm just talking to myself, I guess, I'm usually much more subdued. But anyway, I get people on here who do the "but llama," and it's like, well, yeah, he's right, but he's explaining something entirely different, or he's approaching his ranking from a different perspective. And it is correct for his perspective. It is correct that bone armor, like the actual bone spell, I mean, not the actual spell, the bone actual armor, the necro armor with plus skills, is terrible for speedrunning. And it's not good for Magic Find. It's not your end game gear for it. It's not the best in slot for 90% of the necro builds. But it's still extremely strong. It can make you darn near invincible. But I see why he doesn't like it, because he doesn't use it in any of his proper functions. He doesn't use it in any of his objectives, so it's completely useless to him. Whereas for me, it makes my necro fucking immune to things. So it has an objective use for me. So I would rank it as like an A tier armor. It's not S tier. That's your Enigmas, your Chains of Honor, your stuff like that. But it is definitely worth having as a necro player. I think that's probably the best, most recent example. I also had someone come after me for the way I was describing how damage worked for the Amazon arrows. And Llama and I both said the same thing. We said it different ways. Because the way magic arrow, fire arrow, stuff like that works is critical strike doesn't apply to the elemental damage, not directly. The way it works is the fire arrow hits, damage is dealt. I'm actually a very anxious dude, if you're wondering, but You also like bone rune word armor? Yeah, it's just solid armor. But anyway, the way the arrows work is they'll hit, and then it determines, am I going to crit or am I going to not crit? If it crits, it doubles that physical damage. Right there, the physical damage. And then it does the conversion to whatever percent elemental damage it does on there. So you have 100 damage coming in. If it doesn't crit and you have a 10% conversion, it does 90 physical, 10 elemental. If you have 100 damage coming in and it does crit, it does 180 physical, 20 elemental. If that makes sense. We were saying the same thing, just different ways, and someone was getting angry at me about it. There was also another person who commented on it that wasn't getting angry, and it was like, cool.
Place of the ancients.
He accepted the explanation, we're fine. But you'd be surprised how many people just get mad whenever, like, their creators disagree. Or someone disagrees with their favorite creator. It's like, nah, it's cool. Most creators are pretty chill, relaxed, laid-back people whenever it comes to, like, interactions with each other. And this is why summoners are just hilarious. These guys just don't know what to do with me. Spectral hit, teleportation. Madoc is going to go down. Considering changing from Summonmancer to Poison Nova, you have every best in slot item besides Enigma and Death's Web. I wouldn't necessarily consider Enigma best in slot for Poison Mancer unless you're going to be doing Magic Find with it. If you're going to be doing Magic Find, yeah, it's best in slot. If you're going through the story, it's not. I wouldn't swap over. Death's Web is not 100% necessary, but it is 100% a life changer. It takes it from being just like okay to being just stop it. Death's Web takes it from being okay, this thing can do the area to this thing completely destroys an area. Do I recommend going poison build if you already have white rune word and Trangul's gloves, or do you still need some more decent gear? You can do it. One of them always does spawn with lightning immune in hell difficulty. That's another reason why you do dual elemental, is these guys in particular. Trick for you. I don't know if it works in this version, but I'm assuming you're a sorceress or a Javazon, judging by you saying lightning. Maybe a trap assassin. What you can do is you bug your mercenary in Act 1. There's a video I have explaining how to bug the mercenary. You bug your mercenary, then you come here, and you walk down to this corner, and they'll follow you over here. You try and get them kind of like in this area. They'll harass you a little bit. You get them to follow you this way, and then you immediately come back this way and come as far into this corner as possible. If you've done it right, 2 of them will get stuck there, and the whirlwind guy, who doesn't spawn naturally lightning immune, will come around this way. And you beat the crap out of just him, you stay in this corner, you chug those full rejuves, and pray to God until he dies, and then the other 2 are sitting over here. And usually your mercenary will get stuck over here as well as you're running away from him, and he'll just sit here and poke on him, and since he's bugged, they won't target him. So that's pretty much it. But as a Necro, if you have white and Tranguls, I'd actually go bone. I would stick with bone. Because you have the 20% increased cast speed from the Trangul's gloves. You have the white that's going to give you really good bone spears. It's just, it's better in my opinion. So let's go ahead and go down. I need my caffeine now. This place can be dangerous. Extremely dangerous. So we have healing guys, which is fine. I can deal with that. And we have worms, which is fine. Ooh, Scourge. Eee. 3-socket Scourge, too. I'll keep that. It's not the best thing ever, but I can use it for something. I would say bone is faster clear than summon. But that's mostly because I'm actually really used to how it works and I know all the little tricks for it. but summon can get through fairly reasonably quick. Poison's going to struggle a little bit until you have Death's Web. But if you haven't successfully gotten them hooked on there, they'll usually break out. And you can just keep trying, just keep backing off and going back around. But yeah, bug the mercenary and he'll usually poke them to death. Oh, he came out to us. Oh, you signed your own death warrant there, sir. This is the floor that I'm worried about. This and Worldstone Throne. And we have red here. Please let this be the waypoint. Oh, we've got Explodies. That's a good sign. Explodies is one less type of enemy that can spawn here and be a dick. Bone Spear felt clunky to you. Poison Nova. And Poison Nova will do a decent amount of damage. You've got to get that lower lower resist on them. Lower resist is going to be the make it or break it for you with that build. The reason why Death's Web works so well, by the way, though, is actually... Ow! This is painful. Just a second. I'll tell you in just a moment after we deal with these assholes. But... anyway, the reason why Death's Web works so well isn't because it lowers resists in the strictest sense. It's because it lowers resists after you break resists, if that makes sense. So basically, your Death's Web, it's going to function just like lower resist for most of the enemies you're facing. The thing that's going to really get you is, well, whenever you break the resist with lower resist, like if you're coming across a poison immune, Death's Web is then going to take that broken resist and apply its full effect to it, bringing it down from like 90-something% resistance down to like 20%. That's why Death's Web is so important. You can do a similar thing with Bramble, but it's jank and it's going to cost you skill points. Because what you're doing, let's say you have 75% lower resist. That means that you're going to have 15% reduction on an immune. So let's say they're 110% immune minus 15%. That means that they're going to have 95% resist. So with Death's Web, it'll take that 95% resist, and let's say you have... I don't remember the exact value on Death's Web. Let's say you have a 45% reduction to poison on something. A 45% reduction. Ouch! We have more pain! So it's going to drop that from 95% resist down to 50%. That is a massive difference. Whereas just doing lower resist against them, you're going to be doing piddly damage even if you're doing 30,000 Poison Nova damage. That's basically how it works out. That's why it works so well, and why not having Death's Web can make it kind of frustrating. Like, these guys would barely take any damage even if I was lower resisting them versus poison. Like, it's just, I just do nothing to them. Hopefully that made some sense. Just kind of like saying it on the fly. And that's also reason why if Cold Mastery is breaking things, it changes that whole dynamic. And I'm not exactly sure what my opinion on that is, but I know it's bad. What is our Poison Nova damage anyway? Almost 2,000. You're trying to magic find in pits. But yeah. You should be able to do a good chunk of pits with just lower resist. There's some frustration down there, but not a ton. Pure Summoner, clear speed just feels clunky? Yeah. If you're doing Pure Summoner, you'll want to get Corpse Explosion and just do cows. Have a good one, Unicycle. We're going to get your name changed from Peon to Unicycle Knight. We're going to get you into that joust game. Can I see my current gear? It's Dual Spirit. We have Spirit Shroud. We are spirited today. We've got Lore. We've got Eye of Etlik. We've got some Resist boots. We've got 2 kind of just trash rings for resists. We've got a belt for a bit of strength and some resist. And we've got gloves for resist. We've got trash charms. We've got just junk. We are just kind of kicking along. We are mostly someone with a little bit of poison. Can very easily clear with Summoner and Corpse Popping, just looking for a little bit more smoothness. Yeah. Necromancer is never been like the smoothest operator. If you have Enigma and stuff like that, he can teleport around and do some fun stuff. If you have the minus poison resist, he can do some fun stuff. Let's go ahead and get some friends in there. Go, friends, go! We have lightning immune friends now. That aren't freaking Gloams. I hate Gloams. Gloams can rot in hell. This is just all solo self-found stuff, so you can do it. It's not hard. A Summoner is also a very relaxing one to do. You were the worst unicyclist in your friend group, hence the name. Aw. Well, if it's any consolation, I have only tried to unicycle once and I fell on my ass. If it's a consolation. But the reality is, once you know how the mechanics of the game work, hell becomes less of a problem. Yeah, there can be frustrating moments, like Gloams are little shits, but you can usually figure out ways to get past things with even stupid stuff. I mean, I think Llama did a punching run all the way through hell. Or did he just go through normal with that? Pretty sure he went through hell. I wouldn't do it unless I had access to Crushing Blow. Give me some Goblin Toes and I'll go with a punch. But I just realized I still have the Ist rune on me. You over here.
The ancient evening.
If I didn't need this gear for another character, I would probably actually just go into a game and just give it all away and be like, I'm starting from scratch again, yay! But no, I do need this to actually make another character semi-reasonable. So let's see. Scourge we'll go ahead and keep. And now we get to go after Bale. Bale's going to be a little bit of a trial, but I think we'll be fine. Especially considering I have a staff. I wish I actually... Oh, I went, yeah, through the wrong thing. It's fine. It's not a long walk. But hopefully you're doing all right, Zachary. It is getting pretty long in the tooth for the stream, though. You were just fighting Diablo for the first time, almost finished him, and the game crashed. No! Yeah. I feel your pain on that. We had a crash while trying to get Radamant yesterday, and I was like, nah, I'm done. That was the end of it. It was like, nah. We are poisoned to high hell. This is usually the poison floor anyway, though, so. Go, my minions, go! Okay, so we're starting to get bodies, so let's go ahead and get our revives going. This should actually help out. And we'll get some mages out here. Why? Because why not? The mages are absolute trash, but it's our trash, and we want our trash between us and them. Yeah, I think you were here for that one. But yeah, it's just frustrating whenever you're like, I'm almost there, and crash. And I still think that crash was actually server side. I don't think it was necessarily caused on my system. What level are you? 77? Oh, we are 77. We're going to get this before 80. Good lord. Amazon or Source? How experienced are you with the game? If you have never played Diablo 2 before, I would say go for the Amazon. If you are confident in your ability to juke enemies, then Sorceress. Sorceress is squishy. That's the main reason I don't recommend her to new players. That is like the number one reason. If you don't mind dying, then Sorceress can be awesome. And she's a really good one to learn how to magic find. She's a good one to learn how spells work, resistances, all that other stuff, juggling, juking, all that other things. But she is fragile. She is squishy. But yeah, Javazon, go with Amazon and go down the lightning skill tree. Get your charge strike and your choice of any of the high level lightning ones, level 30s. Get 1 point in each, see which one you like more, and use that one. That is a dead end. This floor, at least, is not nearly as bad as the other floor. This is a dead end. Sweet. Oh, we've got a champion here. Sweet. Stop teleporting around so I can have your money. Thank you. But yeah, I don't recommend Sorceress for anybody just starting in Diablo 2. It seems like, oh, this is going to be a thing to nuke things. But what you're going to run into is she's squishy, first of all. All mages are squishy. You expect that with any game. But whenever you get into Hell difficulty, even in Nightmare to an extent, but especially Hell difficulty, you're going to see a lot of these things. Like, these are immune to fire. You're going to see immune to lightning. And a vast majority of the enemies in the game are going to be immune to that. So you're going to be running in there and running into a wall in Hell and being squishy, and it's going to be frustrating because you aren't necessarily expecting it unless you're following a guide. Game's going pretty well. We got an Ist rune, which I'm happy about. Someone said good luck on drops, and we happened to go back through an area and found an Ist rune we missed. Javazon is the way to go. Bow Amazon can be good, but she requires either A, specific gear, or B, a very specific plan. And that's like, you have to be building specifically for what you want from her. Whereas the Lightning Javazon, you get whatever javelin you want, grab some plus skills, get yourself a shield, and go to town on one-shotting bosses. So that's pretty much what the Javazon comes down to, whereas the Boazon really does require a little bit in the way of planning. You were waiting for me to play this? We're about to beat Helland. And I'll probably film some build guides in this as well now that we finally got it alive and kicking, and I've slowly been transferring stuff over from OG to this. And I'm keeping track of what I transfer over. I have a folder specifically of things I've already transferred. So just in case like the file corrupts, I still have a backup of it, But how are you doing, Robert, by the way? The main reason that the Boazon is like really rough, by the way, is for her physical version, she's equipment dependent. For her fire version, she has one really crappy skill that it's just the casting delays on it make it absolutely atrocious. But, I mean, it's serviceable. And then the other one, the cold one, is super mana intensive, so you have to plan around it. Summoner Druid, please. Please. Tell you what, I'll think of a incentive for that one. Ah! Because we're getting close to 8,000 subscribers. We're getting all these other like little milestones. I could attach it to one of them, or I could do it as a donation thing, or I could do it as a challenge thing. I could pull a llama and say, you pay me, I'll do your build. That's pretty much how he does it, by the way, if you're curious. If you're ever curious where some of his builds come from, like recommendations, that's a standard thing there. But a number of his builds also come from, and that's actually not a bad head, by the way. A lot of his things come from people saying, okay, I want this build, and he gives them a price, and then they pay that price, and he plays the build. One more question. Pizza or pasta? Macaroni and cheese pizza. No, I'm kidding. I actually don't like that. I don't like mac and cheese pizza. I used to have to make a ton of it whenever I worked at CC's back in the day. Let's see. But yeah, if I had to go pizza or pasta, I'd go pizza. Lasagna is the only thing I'd really miss. Maybe tortellinis. But pizza, I can do so many more things with than just pasta. I know that's a travesty to some people, but it's fine. Pride on a summon Necromancer. On a mercenary, it's actually kind of good. You use it on the mercenary. If my brain is actually working with that one. If I remember correctly, isn't Pride the concentration thing? I know I misstated it as Oath a while back, and I apologize for that. My brain is not exactly smart. I'm a foodie, so expect it, and I appreciate the sub. Hopefully you enjoy the content. And as always, this is meant to be a new player-friendly channel, so feel free to ask questions. Just try to be specific with them so I know how to answer. How hard would a bear wolf druid be to build from the beginning? Honestly, if I were to do it from like complete scratch, solo self-found, I'd rather do a bear. It's kind of they're not terribly difficult. It's just a matter of, do you have good luck finding the weapons you need? Yeah, Pride is the concentration one. Yeah, it's good on the mercenary. You get Pride and Might on a Might mercenary, and you actually have fairly decent damage on your skeletons. We'll probably be switching over to a Might mercenary after we beat Hell difficulty. I'll probably be going and just hiring a Might mercenary for this character just to make his dude stronger, so I can actually do cows with him and stuff fairly quickly. Because that will be faster. And we actually got a good... Let's go ahead and grab this. See how many sockets? 2 sockets. Not worth it. But yeah, Pride would be a decent one for a Summoner Necro. You can also go with an Act 1 Mercenary with Faith. But yeah, Pride is pretty solid. I would not say no to it. Do Pride Might and have amp damage or Decrepify. Decrepify would probably be your go-to for that particular setup. It's just because it slows the enemy down and makes your guys a little bit more survivable. Let's go ahead and get some armies going up here. We've got Snecks as far as the eye can see. But yeah, it'll boost the damage. If you can have an Oradin friend, that's even nicer. Our snicks, they do nothing against the magic immune. And I do like the new, it's fading visual. Like whenever he got rid of the corpses there, they actually faded out. That's kind of cool. I was noticing that before. I was like, that is neat sauce. And it seems like they kept the champion drops for the waves, unfortunately. Corpse explosions, out the wazoo. Switch up to regular Skelly, get that going. And then the next wave we'll be doing revives on. Because we want the council guys. Golem is probably going to die, so we'll go ahead and grab that. Let's go ahead and amp damage them. Start revives. Because these guys are really good revives. Faith on Act 1 has less damage for skeletons than Act 2 Merciful Concentration might. Yep. That it does. I was just giving it as an alternative. Because the Faith Rogue will actually stay back out of the fight, which is one of the reasons why some people use that instead. You managed to do the Ancients? Awesome. I'm glad that that bug still works. So let's go ahead and grab this. But yeah, the main reason why people sometimes do consider that as an alternate option is because the Rogue Mercenary will just stay the hell out of it. She just naturally stays back. If you're going to bug your Act 2 Mercenary, it becomes a lot easier to justify the Pride approach. These guys are going to murder themselves on my faces. There we go. And this is where this guy actually shines, was that. Okay, so we're going to teleport on top of him. Actually, let's walk to him. I'm slightly curious if I can get all these little minions over there. And if we can get them all over there, we can actually do some fun with that too. Come, my minions. I'm going to actually do this number to get you all on top of them. You got Glide Rapper working on Diablo 2. Awesome! There we go. That's some damage on him. It's not going to be super fast, but it'll work. And if he actually connects with the whack on anybody, it'll work as well. Slowly whittling him down. I'm kind of actually surprised he's not connecting with the minions more. Because if he connected with them, you'd see his life actually... There you go. He actually got a hit on it just a second ago. You'll see it move down a little bit faster whenever he actually connects with a physical attack on them. And he is a little bit slowed because I think the Clay Golem got a connect on him. And look at how that's going. Just slowly chucking him down. This is not a boss-killing build. It's effective, but it's not a boss-killing build. And it only took us about 6 hours to get through 2, 3, 4, and 5. So 4 acts. That's not too bad. For like solo self-bound, not in a rush, any kind of thing. There go our minions. So now it's going to be this. It's going to slow down on the kill on him. So let's go ahead and... Yoop. Oh, that didn't actually zip him into him. There we go. Let's go ahead and hide back here. We might actually have to refresh our minions. They're all inside of him, though, at least. So he's going to have a hard time hitting them with like the AoEs. He'll still be able to smack them with the melee, but that little wedge attack actually won't connect with them because it spawns in front of him. I forget if the screw attack actually does anything to them. It probably does. Yeah, it seems to. Come on, GG drops. Yeah, that would actually be kind of nice. But you can see after our revives died off, he's dying a lot slower now. Because one, he's moving slow, and two, he's just there. We could actually do... Yonk. Throw our poison on him every now and then. 1,000, 1,000. Yonk. Our poison is way better than our minions' poisons. Yonk. I'm hiding in this corner because I don't want him hitting me. I want him hitting them. Here's another one for you. 1,000, 1,000. 1,000, 1,000. It only lasts for 2 seconds on the poison, by the way. This only lasts for 2 seconds. It's kind of slow, but it works. And you may notice he's not actually killing them. This is the slow, arduous part of this. Is he going to leave me alone if I stand here? He might. If he does, I'll stay here for a while. And I can't just spam it constantly because I will eventually run out even with the insight on the mercenary. But I can spam it a little bit. It's not a big deal. I don't have lower resist, or I'd actually use that instead. But once you get to hell difficulty, generally speaking, you're fairly safe versus the bosses. Just a matter of getting that last little bit of damage on them. Come on, die. You're almost there. There you go. Well, we didn't get GG drops. We got junk, though. We can sell junk. We got this that we could socket into a 2-socket thing into a Splendor in, which would be lower resist for our poison, which would be kind of nice, but not great. It's a concept, maybe. But down comes Tyrael. Hey, Tyrael. How you doing? Let me in. Do we have anything else there we want? Nope. Patriarch Alzorath. We've completed hell difficulty on a summoner. Yay. Easy peasy chicken squeezy. So we got there level 77. Didn't even hit level 80 on this guy, and we defeated Baal. Next up, it'll probably be either a sorceress or a paladin, because I need something that can actually, you know, farm something other than cows. So, anyway, I'm going to call it an evening. It's been a 6-hour stream, so if you guys enjoyed this, be sure to like, comment, whatever on the video. Subscribe if you want to see more streams. I will be doing more Diablo 2. I'll be doing Last Epic. We'll probably even throw some Grim Dawn in there soon enough. But, anyway, I will see you guys next time. And thank you for the sub, Mark Twain. I love your books. Bye.